Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Vote.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
So it seems like Ho Chi Minh is very beloved in the country, would you say?
In my country, Vietnamese people really love Ho Chi Minh president because he was the first president that come abroad to find a way to save our country for about 30 years. Yeah. So for all of his life, he was devoted on his life to our country, and he haven't married yet. He devoted on his life to our country.
And so what do you think about the revolution of communism? The Vietnamese people support it?
Yeah, Vietnamese people really support it because we just wanna live peace in our country. But other country came into Vietnam and colonized Vietnam, and we have to fight to. We have to do the best just to save the country.
So that is in the background there. That is the tomb of Ho Chi Minh. That's part of an entire complex there in Vietnam with multiple sites. That's right off Ba Dinh Square, where Ho Chi Minh actually announced their Declaration of Independence. Remember, Ho Chi Minh thought the United States was going to ally with him because he saw the Vietnamese struggle to overthrow France as analogous to the United States overthrowing Britain. Obviously, it did not go that way. But yeah, he called it a Declaration of Independence. That was 1945. One thing you really see here in Vietnam is, with typical self-involvement, we assume that for the Vietnamese, what they call the American War defines their struggle for freedom. They talk much more about the French. The French colonized them for 98 years. Like their memory, and the United States didn't colonize. We bombed, but we never took control of Vietnam in that way. So what they really talk about more, if you go to these museums about that get into Vietnamese history, like there's the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum there, and there's the museum. Museum is like 90% about the French. I wouldn't say the American War is a footnote, but it's kind of the end of a much bigger story for them. And it's not even really the main part of the story. The France colonization is actually the part they really talk about. It's pretty amazing to be in a country that beat the empire and to see the legacy of that and the nation that they built. In a way, it's almost like The Man in the High Castle, but positive. The Man in the High Castle is this alternate reality where the Nazis won the war. But this is like the good Man in the High Castle. There's an alternate reality where the left actually won a fight, and you're living in a country where the left won. and you have hammer and sickle flags everywhere, and you're living in a place that centers workers, where the idea that workers should be at the center of considerations is core to the identity of the nation. I have to say, coming from the United States, or even coming from the West, where the left has been getting its ass kicked forever, it's incredibly inspiring to be in a country where the left is in charge, and it's a country that is thriving. Now, I think probably Tuesday I'll do a broader piece about Vietnam. The main reason I took this trip was to come to communist countries and see what they're like. I feel like we talk about it from America. That's through such a veil of bias, no matter whether it's pro-bias, anti-bias. We can't know without actually going to these places. I will say so far, Hanoi, I'm in Hanoi right now. It may be my favorite place I've ever been, ever. Like it's really amazing here. But like I said, I'll get into it probably more on Tuesday. I'll do a piece from a political perspective. The Russ on the Road channel, I'm doing lighter stuff, but I always assumed that the more political stuff would go to Due Dissidence. And being in Vietnam definitely is political.
Well, you know, one thing I noticed there is that there's no homeless people wiping their asses with, labels off of like beer bottles or things like that. No homeless people in those parks. Looks pretty clean.
No, there are not, and that is something I've been looking at. Look, like I said, I'll get more into this, but something that has occurred to me throughout this entire trip is we call ourselves the land of the free and home of the brave. I've traveled to a fair number of places now. Americans are the least free people I've ever encountered, and they're the least brave people I've ever encountered. They're mostly big, fat, neurotic babies. Like, you go to these countries, the way that they live, you can't be neurotic. You can't be neurotic in a country where you jump on a motorcycle and go flying down the street. Like you can't. Like, you have to be, it's urbanization. It's kind of like what people who have been to prison, they call being institutionalized. If you live in these very controlled environments for too long, you get institutionalized. These places where they live closer to the ground, you wouldn't survive being that way. You can't be that way. So they're much more physical. They're much more physical. Their physical risk is much more something that is not just when you're a little kid, right? When you're a little kid, you jump the bike on the ramp, like you test your boundaries, you take those risks. And then if you live in a very controlled kind of society, you lose that as you get older, right? The walls come in, you can't do this, you can't do that. These places, that never happens. So people are very bold. And also, just going around to these places, if you hear English, they're usually Australian, they're usually British, they're usually from New Zealand. Not that there are some, but not that many Americans, because Americans are scared to go anywhere. It's like a cult. They want you scared so that you don't see what the rest of the world is like. Just like a cult doesn't want you to talk to other people. In America, they make the rest of the world a big scare. Oh, don't go there. The people are like that. Don't go there. And every place else I've been is awesome. I always qualify that. I'm not saying every place on earth is awesome. There are conflict zones. There are places with famines. I haven't been to any place like that. I've only been to places with stable, functioning states. But of all the places I've been, America sucks, man. America sucks. I will get more into that on Tuesday with a broader piece. But if Americans understood how shitty their lives were, they might actually get off the couch and rebel, and that's why they don't want you to travel. That's why they don't want you to know.
Yeah, I don't like having to figure out which baggage thing to pick up the suitcase from. It's a very, it's a real hassle.
Look, Keaton, it was
Yeah.
hilarious, man. Keaton goes to Connecticut. He fucking comes back with lips like a
Yeah.
basketball.
It's just a real hassle. It's just a big to do. All I think about is
What was
the
it?
shuttle,
You got bit by a horsefly or
a
something?
horsefly, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's not all I think about. I think about when I think of traveling, I think about the shuttle from the parking lot to the airport. Oh, where do I have to stand? Does it come here? Does it not? When does it come? Did I miss it? How long before the other one? Is it
How
going to come
far
across
do
the
I have
street?
to
Am I gonna miss it
schlep,
again?
boy?
That's what I think of when I think of
Backwards.
traveling. I don't think of that stuff. I think of those things. That's to me what
Yeah.
travel is. Hello, welcome, dissidents one and all, to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast.
And the channel is Russ on the Road. That'll be, less political stuff. Like you want to see point of view of me taking these motorcycle taxis through the streets of Hanoi and him almost running into a guy in the middle of the street. That's where I'll put that stuff. Over here, it'll be more political stuff.
All
But the
right.
more fun stuff will be on Russ on the Road.
Russ on the Road, NYC, youtube.com/@ Russ on the Road. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Got a great crowd in here. Start things off. We got 651 over in the Rumble chat, 1806 strong on the YouTube and the X Room, 1789 in the YouTube chat. And what does that leave us with? A couple hundred over on the Twitter machine. All right, folks, I got a lot to get to tonight, but we do have a surprise guest for a quick announcement, a quick update. You all know him. He is running for Congress in the Bronx against Richie Torres, our friend, who is not in the Epstein Files, Jose Vega.
Hey, all right.
How's it going?
I got you.
Not in the first 3 million.
Yeah, not in the first 3 million.
I'm here to give my foreign policy take. Are you ready? I know you're going to cover AOC in a bit. What Russ just said about Asian countries being freer, you know why I know that's true? Because you can walk around with an open can of beer in front of Tiananmen Square, drink it proudly, and you will not get a ticket. No paper bag needed. And I know this because I had a tour guide with me who kept reassuring me, and I was petrified, to move with a giant case of six-pack that we had. And he was like, yeah, what's wrong with drinking in public? And I had to explain also to the 7-Eleven clerk, yeah, they have 7-Elevens in China. He said, you're from
they're all over Laos. They're
Yeah.
all over Laos. Not really in Vietnam, but in Laos.
He says to me, oh, you're from America, the land of the free, right? And I'm like, free? Land of the free? You understand that I can't go in front of the Washington Monument and drink a beer, but I can go to Tiananmen Square and drink a beer and not get ticketed? You tell me who's freer. So,
Dude,
Yeah, you can go to Epstein Island and abuse children and nothing happens to you. I mean, that's pretty free. Like,
Dude, you'd be walking.
doesn't
down
get much
the street
freer than
here.
that, really.
You'd be walking down the street in Hanoi. You have like an old lady who's got her business strapped to her back, man. She'll frickin' throw down a pot. She throws down some herbs, start cooking soup on the corner. People sit down on the curb, buy soup from her.
yeah.
Or perfectly fresh ingredients. You do that in America, man. You see how fast the health department fucking grabs you. You'd be walking down the street, a freaking some 21-year-old woman making a living with her freaking scooter will just ride up on you with the scooter. You going somewhere? We're the free ones.
Oh man, no, I love that. See, this is funny. This is even funnier now, knowing that like our enemies are watching this stuff to see if I say anything stupid to put in like the Jerusalem Post or something. So I guess in a way it's freeing.
Yeah. Jose Vega makes anti-Semitic insult against Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Pro-China anti-Semite Jose Vega.
Anyway, I am here to make an announcement, and I just want to contextualize it first by saying, we were attacked by Canary Mission just yesterday. Actually, Canary Mission put out, for those who don't know, it's a big organization that's pro-Israel that targets people who are pro-Palestine, whether they're college students or doctors or university professors. In fact, they take credit for going after Mahmoud Khalil and the other students that were also deported, like the one up in Boston, which, I've been talking with some people in my campaign. I think about this thing with my stepdad who, was in El Paso. He finally was deported after 3 months of sitting in a jail back to Guatemala 2 days ago. But thinking like, wait a minute, if Canary Mission can take credit for deporting Mahmoud Khalil, which that's an ICE thing. That's not just a strictly Israel thing. Were we being monitored this whole time?
Well, they have, not to cut you off, but we covered this on the show. They actually have, when you go and you like submit an anti-Semite for, placement on their, bulletin, their virtual bulletin board, if you will. One of the things you fill out is their immigration status, if you know it. So like they are actually seeking out immigrants, like, and I don't know if this has been confirmed, but it seems to me extremely likely that they are coordinating with the government when they find people who are undocumented who they can potentially deport. So we know for a fact that when someone submits someone for the Canary Mission site, there is a field where they can fill out, if they know it, what their immigration status is.
That's insane. That's insane. And of course, that's the connection between Israel, ICE, some of the squads that ICE uses that are their top dogs get trained in Israel directly with IOF, IDF soldiers. This is just known, as well as some of our police force here, like the NYPD. We have a Tel Aviv chapter for some reason. But in that context, we are about to start petitioning in 9 days for the Democratic primary ballot. And let me make something clear. When you are talking about the Democratic establishment in the Bronx, it is congruent to talking about organized crime. There is no difference whatsoever. You can ask Russ about the Boss Tweed machine. That's what it goes all the way back to. And these people are going to play dirty, okay? We are basically in a boxing match right now where they have weights in their gloves and we don't even have boxing gloves yet. That's the sort of situation we find ourselves in right now. And what we need in order to actually put on some damn gloves and put on some wraps is, well, we need you. We need a lot of people on the ground coming out and petitioning for us. I don't care if you're a registered Democrat voter or not anymore. The deadline to switch your party was yesterday. So I don't have to pretend to tell people they should vote Democrat. That's over now. I mean, excuse me. They should to switch their party over. That's over with now. If you're an independent, if you're a Republican, come out. I promise you, we will find a place for you to help us, petition. If you are a registered Democrat voter, which I know some of you are because I've spoken to you on the phone, despite the fact that, you're trying to hide it, come and register because you will be our best asset here in the Bronx as we collect signatures. We are having a giant Zoom orientation meeting. We have over 100 people confirmed so far. I want to double it. I want to double that. I want to triple that, ideally. Next Sunday, the 22nd, that's 2 days before petitioning begins, we're going to have a massive orientation on Zoom. And if you want to register for that, you just go on the website at votevega.nyc and just hit the volunteer button. You'll automatically be put in for the RSVP for next Sunday. And just one more thing. I want to make sure people are safe when we're doing this. We are getting an increase of threats. I also have high school interns, which, are the most brilliant, smartest people that I have had the pleasure of knowing. Seriously, you get optimistic when you talk to people who are under 18, okay? Because they don't fall for bullshit, And so I want to make sure they're safe too. We have a goal of $20,000 just to cover security costs because I don't want anybody to be hurt doing this. And these fucking people, these Zionists, are crazy enough to try to do something to harm us. But we can counteract that if we just have the means to protect people with basic security. And that's going to cost us $20,000, just that alone, of our overall goal of $50,000 in 9 days. So I do want to say that we have gotten, especially since the first attacks come out in the Jerusalem Post 2 weeks ago, we have raised $19,000. And so we need just another $20,000 just to cover the basics on security, which has been an added cost given the increase in threats. But also all of you, if you can't contribute, You can contribute your time. That's just outreach. And look, I've been talking to people, going door to door already, prepping it. People don't know who the hell Richie Torres is. And when I tell them who he is, they get freaked out because that's what it is. We're sounding the alarm.
Right.
Your
Yep.
congressman is holding your place, your district hostage. He is sending your taxpayer money to kill children. Take back your independence and take back your district. If you want to be a part of that, help us. And if you can donate, we're looking for 100 people to give $1,000, 1,000 people to give $100, 10,000 people to give $10. Whatever you can give, help us. If you can do both, that's ideal. We already have people coming from all over the country already making arrangements to petition for us. So please, if you want to be a part of history, again, like I said 2 years ago, I don't want to make any promises about whether or not we can do this, but there's something about the atmosphere that feels different this time, okay? Pretty sure, if things
That's
go...
why you're scaring them, man.
That's right. So if things go well, you will be seeing the media pundits start playing my comments in the beginning next to AOC's comments about Taiwan. And you're going to see, So anyway, I won't say more. My point is clear. VoteVega.nyc. Help us out in whatever way you can.
All right. So, Jesse, thanks for putting the link in the YouTube chat. Appreciate that. The link is right up here on the screen. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy. VoteVega.nyc. Next Sunday is the Zoom call. So, if you go there and you hit volunteer, you will RSVP for that. What time is that?
That will be at 7 p.m. Again, VoteVega.nyc. Once you hit that volunteer button and you sign up, you will be automatically registered. You'll get all the details, and I will probably call you personally to confirm. I saw Dark Matter Zombies. He's somebody who's donated before. He said he'll pledge $1,000. So I want to thank you for that. Truly.
That's Elon's burner.
Oh, so it'll be next Sunday, 7 p.m. Be a big orientation. We're going to have training videos, sort of like what we did 2 years ago, to catch people up, do's and don'ts of petitioning, that kind of thing. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we can beat them at their own game. And but it's really going to require everybody to pull their weight on this.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for joining. That's the website. Appreciate you making that announcement. And best of luck. We will be in touch. Jose Vega, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jose.
All right.
See you in May, brother.
All right.
All righty. That's Jose Vega, everybody. Thanks for joining. Round of applause for Jose in the chat. All right. Maybe I should move the show on Sunday. I don't know. Maybe I should push it back an hour so people can attend that because it's the same time as ours. Because you're not going to be here on Sunday. I got guests anyway.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe if I push it to 8.
Yeah, because I got through the rice fields.
Well, I got Derek Bros on Sunday, but Derek Bros said he's on the road and he might have to come on a little later, so it might work out. Maybe it could work out if I push him a little bit later. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we can make that work. All right. Well, I'll figure that out on my own time. Thanks, everybody, once again for being here. 2114 in the YouTube chat over here. Where's that at? And we're at 650 in the like column. Surely we can get up over 666 within the next minute or so. I think that's probably doable. What does everybody think about that? We're at 656. Let's see how much more. How much longer will it take? Can we hit that before the first segment? Yes, we can. Did it. 687. Did it.
Hells yeah.
All right. Why don't we take a few super chats before we start?
Okie doke. All right.
Oops. What? You hit your camera. You're in with audio only. Device not connected. All right. I'll read a few Rumble rants. There we go. Galloway just suggested with photos that the woman in prison is not Ghislaine Maxwell. I did not see Galloway today. Was he on today? Is he on Sundays? I don't even know. Is he on Sundays? The Antics Prime, everything's a scam, everything's a lie. How's it feel to think the companies that take your kids' school pictures are all linked to that Epstein guy? Yeah, aren't they losing contracts now? What's the name of that? Life Touch? I don't want to defame any companies. That's not it. But what is it? Is that the name of the company? I thought that was it.
All right,
Yeah.
so hang on. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, so for some reason the camera's not coming back. Let me go into controls. All right, so go on.
Abiding says if there's anything that can shock Chomsky out of his current vegetative state, it's finding out M. Tracy is trying to represent him on Twitter. Yes. Professor Brownell, DOJ ladies' room. Hey Pam, is that your turd? That's ridiculous. It's probably yours, but you just use this toilet. Don't you ever accuse me of a crime. Thank you, Professor Brownell. Appreciate that. Hey, Jake is in the booth tonight. Shout out to Jake. Round of applause for Jake in the chat, please. What did I do? Did I just mess something up? I think I may have deleted one of them here. Let's see what we got.
Well,
over here.
okay. Who's got the first segment?
I have two. I have the first two.
Right off the top?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, dude, it looks like I'm just going to have to go out and reload. The camera's not coming back.
All right. It won't show up down there. Just want to kiss my fish and fuck my sheep. MAGA in concert live. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that very much. Eric Rousseau says, you got that body count yet, Lieutenant Archer? Yes, sir. 2 chickens and a duck. Good one, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Eric Rousseau says, Americans are the Nepo babies of the world, complete propagandized reactionaries. Yeah. I agree with that. Vienticus says, I was in Mexico for work a little over 15 years ago. It was the first time in my life where I felt like I was eating real meats. Interesting. Professor Brown note, me want t-shirt with Russ and Shade saying America's a bunch of fat, dirty-ass cheese whiz motherfuckers. Thank you, Professor Brown note. All right, let me take some super chats here. French Laundry, thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate that very much. SASR78, hey, fellow DD community, help me persuade Keaton and Russ to debate people like Hassan Piker, the Vanguard guys, or Ben Shapiro. Come on, guys, love y'all. Well, I mean, we wouldn't be able to pull Hassan Piker or Ben Shapiro, and the Vanguard guys probably don't like us very much. Why do you need to see us debate them? What for? Just enjoy the show. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, as they say. Radicles, I can actually stay up for the whole show tonight because I'm off work tomorrow. I probably won't, but I could. Well, congratulations, Radicles. Hope you enjoy it if you are able to stay up. Appreciate that very much. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. Mr. De Silva, I hope you two know that the Dow is 50,000. That's right. The Dow is 50,000, everybody. I hope you know that. Nobody wants to talk about that. All right. Let's see what we got over here. Eric Rousseau. Russell on the road and Keaton on the couch. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. Appreciate that. All right. We will get started just a second. I'm assuming he's coming back. Yeah, Russ is just restarting the computer, so he'll be there in just a minute. Here he is. Now he's coming back in. All right. You're back?
I'm back.
All right. Very well. All right. Let's get right on started here. Okay, folks. So I want to give you a little Epstein update. Of course, we're going to pick up kind of where we left off here. I'll take you back to those great Pam Bondi hearings. Pam Bondi was asked if Trump knew about Howard Lutnick's Epstein ties, and she refused to answer. So here's a real rising star. This is Representative Balint. I don't know if it's Becca Balint or something like that, but I remember the last name. This is the congresswoman from Vermont. And so here she is trying to deal with a very defiant Pam Bondi.
Aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce. Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Shame on you. So notice not even attempting to pretend to engage the question, which was about Howard Lutnick.
Of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce. Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This is
beautiful state.
pathetic, Mr.
Will be in
Chair.
order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
Pathetic indeed, but not pathetic in the eyes of one Donald Trump. No, Donald Trump had Pam Bondi's back. AG Pam Bondi, under intense fire from the Trump-deranged radical left lunatics, was fantastic at yesterday's hearing on the never-ending saga of Jeffrey Epstein, where the one thing that has been proven conclusively, much to their chagrin, was that President Donald J. Trump has been 100% exonerated of their ridiculous Russia type charges. So he had her back. But Lutnick is not alone. Lutnick is one of many. At least half a dozen top Trump administration officials appear in the Jeffrey Epstein Files. At least half a dozen top officials in the current Trump administration have connections to Jeffrey Epstein, according to an NBC News review of some of the over 3 million documents the Justice Department has released. The degree to which each individual was connected to Epstein varies significantly, from a single email to years of communications. President Donald Trump, who had lengthy relationship with Epstein, is mentioned thousands of times in the files. Trump has never been accused by authorities of any wrongdoing connected to Epstein, and has said he parted ways with him in the mid-2000s because he was a creep. He has also denied any wrongdoing. But this is the web of Epstein that is woven through the Trump cabinet. Epstein and Trump's overlap. As you can see, quite a few in Trump's orbit here. In fact, in the administration and around the administration, from Trump himself to Howard Lutnick to RFK Jr. to Stephen Feinberg, Mehmet Oz, John Phelan, Kevin Warsh, Elon, and of course, Steve Bannon. So we're not gonna do a deep dive on all these, since we've done a couple of different segments on a couple of different people who have been named in these files. But this does give you an idea of just how deep the rot runs. So here is Dr. Oz, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Mehmet Oz. That's right. In the Epstein Files, a 2016 email from the former TV personality to Epstein appeared to contain an invitation to a Valentine's Day party in 2016, 3 years before Epstein was charged in a federal sex trafficking case in New York, and, this is important of course, 8 years after he pleaded guilty in Florida to procuring a person under 18 for prostitution and felony solicitation of prostitution. Mehmet Oz in the files. Deputy Secretary of Defense Stephen Feinberg, the billionaire financier who's now the #2 official at the Pentagon, makes numerous appearances in the newly released files in connection with the business he founded, Cerberus Capital Management. I don't know if that's how you say it, because I'm not in that world. Details of, because I don't have any capital. That's why.
You're not in the files.
Yeah, I don't have enough capital to be in the files. If only I had more capital. Details of their connection are murky. There are numerous business documents involving Cerberus that include Feinberg's name over a span of years between 2009 and 2018, including some involving Deutsche Bank, one of the banks Epstein was known to do business with. The documents contain an email exchange between officials at Deutsche Bank in which the bank's compliance staff appear to be conducting a review of Cerberus and Feinberg's accounts. It's unclear why the documents were in the Epstein files. Cerberus did not respond to a request for comment, and a spokesperson for the Pentagon declined to comment. But this is an article that's been making the rounds online. Pentagon Deputy Secretary Feinberg and the company he co-founded appear in hundreds of documents in the Epstein files, including personal emails sent by Epstein and whistleblower emails alleging a vast money laundering scheme involving Feinberg's company. So if you look here, emails between Epstein and business associate Andrew Farkas in 2015 discuss funds received from Feinberg company Cerberus. Quote, I need a lead. If it's not going to be your guy, I need to focus efforts elsewhere. I have $200 million now from each of Harvard and Cerberus. So if you just follow the email chain from the bottom on April 15th, could be a week from now, to which Epstein replies, relax, no final bid until the end of May. Relax, guy, as they would say in South Park. It is required that we show our source funds by Monday. I need a lead. If it's not going to be your guy, I need to focus efforts elsewhere. I have $200 million now from each of Harvard and Cerberus. I could spend the next 4 days with Oxif, Pershing Square, Avenue et al., or with your guy, and just one or two of my traditional. I cannot do both. So if your guy cannot confirm seeing us tomorrow morning, I really must turn my attention elsewhere. I will have no choice. So, yeah, that looks like some kind of chicanery going on. Let me see what's going on here. There we go. Okay, let's move right on along. This one, RFK Jr., our favorite. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. also appears in the files, both in Epstein's flight logs and in an email exchange between Epstein and Maxwell. Epstein wrote Maxwell in 2012 that he'd recently gone dinosaur and fossil hunting on the ranch with a fossil expert, and she replied, love that. Didn't we go fossil hunting with him and Bobby Kennedy in North Dakota? Yeah, as I understand, they can't release the images of them fossil hunting because they would have to black out the fossils in accordance with victim protection. You know, we know that's something they take very seriously there, and we can only imagine what happened to those
You
fossils.
haven't had shrimp until you've had Tyrannosaurus.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's no better piece of ass than a 70-million-year-old dinosaur carcass. I can tell you that right now.
It's no Triceratops, but it's close.
It's close. Triceratops, it's on the other side of the landmass that broke off from the meteor. Gotta go to North Africa to find Triceratops pussy.
That was actually I was doing blow off a hooker's tits with Michael Crichton. I gave him the idea for Jurassic Park because I told him I was inseminating these fossils, and that's how he got the whole idea. I never got royalties either.
They refuse with, they use frog DNA in the book. The original idea for the script was Kennedy DNA. All these dinosaurs are gonna have the Kennedy bloodline in them. That's right.
Originally it was a prehistoric bear.
Yeah, exactly. So apparently it was an innocent fossil hunting expedition with RFK, G-rated as is best suited to our understanding. Certainly, we're not particularly curious to find out any other details. But hey, this one, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. The Commerce Secretary was shown in the emails to have a longer history with Epstein than he'd previously claimed. And of course, this is the piece of video that went quite viral. Senator Van Hollen, did you in fact make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island? I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. We had lunch on the island. That is true. So yeah, here is Howard Lutnick being grilled about lying in that famous podcast clip or whatever it was about cutting Jeffrey Epstein off after one visit in 2005.
I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to
not exactly
Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children and nannies. I had another couple they were there as well with their children, and we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children with my nannies and my wife all together. We were on family vacation.
We all went in. We all made it out. Talk about Jurassic Park. He talks like the island is Jurassic. Nobody got eaten. Nobody got cannibalized. Everything was fine. We all went in and we all left. We did a head count. We made sure we had everybody. And turns out everything was okay. Everything was okay. But yeah, I did meet him 7 years after I said I had nothing to do with him. So, hey, there was a lot of talk about should Lutnick step down. Well, no, apparently not. Apparently, the White House has Lutnick's back. See, this is
incredible. It's incredible.
This is
man.
when
they ran on. They're going to bring them to
Yeah,
justice.
exactly. This is what makes things really suspicious. Is like this is what makes people think that all these people are being blackmailed. Is that even the people who clearly lie and embarrass them, nothing happens to them. There is no consequence for that. That suggests you're being blackmailed. That suggests they have something on you because it's certainly to your advantage politically to at least fire someone just as a show of like some kind of accountability, right? You'd think they'd have at least one fall guy. All right, you're going to have to resign because you got caught lying. Nope. Carolyn Levitt in her briefing emphasized that Lutnick, quote, remains a very important member of President Trump's team, and the president fully supports the secretary. Doesn't end there, though. Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. Navy Secretary John Phelan's name appeared in a March 2006 flight manifest for Epstein 727, which was coming to New York from London, according to a CNN review of Epstein-related documents released by the House Oversight Committee last year. At the time, Phelan was working for MSD Capital, a private investment company serving billionaire Michael Dell. MSD Capital did not immediately respond to a request for comment. NBC News has not independently verified the report. The Navy did not respond to a request for comment. Representative Balint, who was just grilling Pam Bondi at the beginning of the segment, asked Bondi if DOJ had asked Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein at Wednesday's hearing. Quote, I don't know whether he has addressed those or not, Bondi said. Doesn't end there. Fed nominee Kevin Warsh. On January 30th, Trump announced on social media that he was nominating Kevin Warsh, a former Fed board governor, to be the central bank's next chairman. Hours later, the Justice Department released millions more Epstein-related documents. One of those included a 2010 email where a redacted sender forwarded Epstein a list of people labeled St. Bart's Christmas 2010. Warsh is listed on page 4 with a note, House near Isle de France. It is unknown whether Warsh ever took the trip or went to St. Bart's. NBC News reached out to both Warsh and the White House for more information at the time, but, spoiler alert, neither responded. So there's the email in question, invited, from what we could see, to a Christmas party of sorts in 2010, once again, after Epstein's original conviction. So, all right, maybe they'll pull his nomination, right? Maybe, okay, they'll find another Fed chair nominee. Certainly, they've got to try and look like they're, at least doing the bare minimum to, like, distance themselves from Epstein. Nope, Scott Bessent says Senate will proceed with Warsh's Fed nomination. That's from February 12th, so fuck you. We're going full speed ahead. Obviously, we've done segments about Elon. You could check the video library for more on that. Obviously, we know about what's going to be the wildest party on your island. And then, obviously, we did a big segment, of course, on Steve Bannon, who was producing a pro-Epstein documentary, from what we could tell at the time of his arrest. So that is a whole lot of Epstein. You might even call this the Epstein Administration. Well, it turns out that's exactly what Thomas Massey called it today on the morning show.
And just very quickly, if you will, you've supported most of what Donald Trump has done during his presidency. But because of your actions with these files, he is supporting your primary opponent and has waged very personal attacks on you. I know we just have a few seconds here, but just your reaction to that.
Look, this is about the Epstein class, the people who are funding the attacks against me. They may or may not be implicated in these files, but they were certainly rubbing shoulders with the people who are in these files. They're billionaires who are friends with these people, and that's what I'm up against in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump told us that even though, he had dinner with these kinds of people in New York City and West Palm Beach, that he would be transparent, but he's not. He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
This is the Epstein administration. Yeah, that was the soundbite that went viral this morning for good reason. It is the Epstein administration. It's the Epstein world. It's the Epstein hemisphere, really. It's the Epstein quadrant of the world. More to that. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene admitting the Epstein files were blocked by Donald Trump himself.
That fight to release the Epstein files came directly from President Trump. And I know a lot of people have a hard time with that, but that is the truth. He fought the hardest to stop these files from being released.
Yeah, there you have it. This is the Epstein administration. Donald Trump did obviously fight the hardest against having these files released. It's just amazing how these fucking chuds got psyoped into voting for Epstein's entire inner circle. They all love Epstein. Everyone in the fucking place was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, it seems. I mean, unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. I mean, it's such a twist. I would say it's unexpected, but it's really not unexpected. I mean, we knew that these ties existed, but look at all the people he brought in. I think what is amazing a lot of people about this story is just the number of concentric circles around Jeffrey Epstein. Dr. Oz, RFK Jr., like even people who are not, and Oz, RFK, none of these people are implicated in any crimes, but look at how many people were just perfectly fine to cavort with, at the time, a convicted felon and established and known creep. And look at how many you got psyoped into voting for, into vouching for, into pumping up for months and months, and even some people going back years. Trump started this latest campaign in 2022. And a lot of the people who were sort of personalities within the Trump movement are now being outed as not necessarily Epstein accomplices, but as Epstein acquaintances, if not very good friends. Very good friends. And it doesn't end there, of course. We're learning a lot about Noam Chomsky that we wish we hadn't learned. But the degree to which this administration is just intertwined with Jeffrey Epstein is really stunning. And yeah, it does suggest that they're compromised in ways that go beyond they're named in the files, because there's no accountability for anyone. You'd think you'd at least throw someone under the bus, at least pull the Fed guy's nomination. All right, this is a political hit. Like, at least do something to signal to people that you care about this. But no, nobody suffers any consequence at all. That, to me, is the strongest piece of evidence that many, if not most, if not all, are compromised in some way.
Well, I mean, that's just a witch hunt, Keaton. Know, pedophilia, it's the new, witchcraft. It's just everybody's going crazy, and there's really no evidence.
It's a moral
panic.
No
evidence. It's a moral panic. There are no Polaroids.
Yeah.
There are no open confessions from any of these people. So you're crazy, man. You're crazy. This conspiracism. It's conspiracism at its worst. Yeah, it's pretty funny with, MAGA's voice was loudest about the Epstein files. It was core to their whole identity, QAnon, everything. That satanic global PDF files were in charge of things. Turns out the call was coming from inside the house.
Exactly.
It's coming from inside the house, man. And hey, it's not a MAGA thing. It's everybody. It's everybody.
Of course.
Your whole Western leadership class is embroiled in this. It says something about, and we'll see this a little later with Rubio. He picked a hell of a moment to go on a stage and start getting teary-eyed about the glory and superiority of Western civilization.
Yeah.
Right at this moment when its entire elite class has been exposed as pedophile adjacent and enabling, at best, enabling.
Yes.
This is the moment you go up there to talk about the superiority of our civilization. It's amazing, man. But of course, you have a whole society where the highest ideal is the accumulation of capital. Makes sense. The guy had capital. However, he had it. He had it. So even people who were not necessarily being blackmailed, I don't think I haven't seen a single person. So some folks like to straw man the Chomsky thing as if the people calling out Chomsky are saying he was a pedophile. I haven't seen a single person say that.
No,
I haven't seen a single person as part of their critique say that Chomsky. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks he was involved in that. He was, as Hedges said, he was seduced by the money. In the end, he was seduced by the money. And that's a particularly bitter pill to swallow from Chomsky, given his profile, given his career, given the things that people thought he stood for, which he really didn't. He's when we did the Bannon piece, Bannon's going back and forth with Epstein. Epstein says, Chomsky called me the Swiss Army knife of finance. I'm sorry, man. You don't see that as undermining his legacy. You're a chump. You're a chump. Of course it does. This guy's going out there critiquing capital, critiquing the way capital works, critiquing the influence that has on the media, and he's fawning over Jeffrey Epstein. The accusations aside, like that doesn't undermine his credibility for you. I mean, God bless, man. You do you. But for anyone with half a brain who's not a hero worshiping cultist, obviously that puts a lot of his work in a different light when you know that that's who he was behind the scenes. And a lot of people have called out Chomsky over the years about his stance on BDS and other things. He's taken positions over the years that were sketchy for this premier leftist intellectual to take. But yeah, your entire Western elite class is embroiled. And uniquely, though, in the United States, at least in other places, Norway, England, people are facing some consequences. They're getting fired and removed. Not here, man. Not here. But that makes sense. I mean, this is the ninth circle of hell. It's the home of the beast, right? This is the last place they're going to slay it.
Well, that's all people care about is money. I mean, that's literally it. If you have money, and you can dole it out in ways that benefit other people, then you have their ear.
That's all they cared
Nobody
about.
gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit. And a lot of people are intrigued by the lifestyle, too. It's not just the money. I mean, Woody Allen's a wealthy guy. I'm sure. I mean, he said he was intrigued by the lifestyle. It's like Dracula. Right. All these.
It's like Dracula's castle.
Dracula's castle. All these women. They would big good portions of all the food. Like they like
big
the
portions.
Lifestyle. Big portions.
Big portions served by nubile girls. That's what I like.
What do you remember most about Jeffrey Epstein? The portions.
The portions were great.
The portions were great. It's unusual. Portions can be small at Jewish gatherings, just saying. Yes, my dad's cousin was a very, very nice woman, but she lived in Manhattan, and she was notorious for chintzy portions. At Passover, anytime she hosted a dinner.
Jews overdo it.
No, she underdid it. My grandfather would joke.
That's unusual, though.
Yeah.
Jews and Italians are kind of known for overfeeding.
Yeah, no, she would underfeed. My Jewish grandfather would joke before we go over there. He would say he's packing a sandwich if she's serving dinner there. He says, all right, I got to make myself a sandwich to bring over there.
Yeah. What is this, a baby carrot and a piece of cauliflower?
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's supposed to be dinner.
No, I mean, my Jewish family, most of them were big eaters. Most of them really, it's a very much like, and the Jews are very similar to the Italians in that way. You're right. My Jewish great aunt, they grew up poor. So when a lot of Jews who grew up poor too are like ultra into like feeding, especially kids, like eat, because they're not used to having. I remember I was in Florida. Because my grandparents moved from the Bronx down to Miami, as everyone does, and I had like a bagel and cream cheese when I woke up in the morning. I just walked down to the coffee shop and got myself bagel and cream cheese, and then we were meeting like the extended family for like a late breakfast at like a deli somewhere, and so we get there, and I'm not hungry. I had already eaten. I had a bagel and cream cheese. So my great aunt, she says, "You're not going to eat? You're not going to eat?" I said, "No, it's okay." She
Oh
says,
yeah. Like a crime.
Yeah. Well, why don't you eat? Why don't you eat? I said, I already had breakfast. She said, "What'd you have?" I said, "A bagel and cream cheese." "That's it? You didn't eat? You're not going to get something to eat?" No, I said I had a bagel and cream cheese. That's all I need for breakfast. Yeah, pretty nuts. All right, let's take some Rumble rants over here. Freddie says, "Russ, I was less than certain this trip would be a net benefit for the audience and worried I'd be jealous. Now I'm just jealous. You're killing it. Have fun."
Thank you, man. No, I mean that's what I said. Like, it's not a vacation to me. It's an education.
Right.
That's really what I'm here. If I wanted to take a freaking vacation, I go to Aruba. It's not.
Yeah.
This is like a pretty. I'm not complaining. I'm having. It's an amazing experience, but it's taxing. Like to go to this city and then you got to pack up again, go to another one, pack up again, and go to another one. That's not a vacation. That's cramming. Right. That's like, I want to see as much as I can, so I learn as much as I can while I'm here.
Right. Richard Lee Pemberton, great news. Dry Drunk Kern says he's starting his own podcast. I know. God is good. His latest take comparing the Epstein release to a striptease should be awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Man. Yeah.
That should be fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be the best.
One guy commented, "What's it called? Fuck Off America with Walter Kern." Yeah.
Kern is going to be like the Ed Wood of podcasters. It's going to be so bad that it's eminently watchable. It's so bad it's good.
With Walter Kern. Jose will be running against Hannibal Lecter and Ariana de Rothschild in the 2028 presidential election.
Seriously.
Vianticus Prime, yep, Life Touch. Of course it's named Life Touch, LOL. Why the fuck would it be named anything other than Life Touch? Yeah, exactly. Professor Brown, no. Proposal to rename the supermassive black hole in the Milky Way center from Sagittarius A to Pam B to honor the see you next Tuesday is yet observed. Thank you. Stoop sign. This bitch-ass Blanche Dubois needs a swift right hook from Stanley. Mark Pugliese, I had a horrible thought. What would Hitler say if he saw what the West had become? Thank you. That's funny. All right. What we got? We got some super chats over there.
Yep. A lot. Over the top, Russ, what is the pollution report from Hanoi? I saw that at the top of the chat, so I looked it up on the Weather Channel. I don't think they have that data on the Weather Channel, so I couldn't tell you. I mean, my experience so far here, it's not as bad as Delhi, which might be a function of just the wind patterns. Here might be different from Delhi. Like Delhi, you feel that as soon as you get there. Like you start coughing a little bit. Like it smells like exhaust. The whole city smells like exhaust. It's not like that here, but yeah, man. I mean, it's constant mopeds, motorcycles. Like I'm sure it's high. It's a developing country. At the same time, you do see a lot of signs around of like trying to encourage conservation and recycling and protecting nature. So they're in the position a lot of countries like this are in. Like nobody likes pollution, but it's hard when you're developing your economy to go green. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of pollution in Hanoi. Sean Hurl, get to Scotland, Keaton. I owe you a beer.
That sounds fun. Sweetens the deal a little bit.
There you go. Sasser, because y'all provide facts and truth better than those fantastic morons. Thank you. Michael Durkin, the Epstein Files make Pasolini's 1975 Italian film Salo, 120 Days of Solemn, look like a documentary. It really does. Especially if some of the cannibalism stuff is true. Jolly Man Big Boy, the only thing keeping my mind sane during these times of turbulence and sadness is that the Dow is up to over 50,000. Yeah, that helps me sleep at night. Marish, who is not in the file, the Teletubbies. We're not.
We're not. No.
It didn't surprise me at all that Jimmy and Kurt were. Those guys always creep me out a little bit. Ava Session, it's pronounced Cerberus. Cerberus is the three-headed dog protecting Hades in Greek mythology.
See,
I knew that. Did you say Cerberus? Oh, what was that when I was out?
No, it was part of the other segment. You were probably distracted.
Yeah, I was probably prepping my stuff again. Domark, per Epstein, he was in Trump Tower 2017. Also, Henry Hill wasn't innocent just because he snitched. Yeah, well, there you go. Right? No, I mean, my interpretation of that is Trump pulled a Cartman. Oh no, they're investigating. Well, you know what I should do? I should call them and tell them I think what he was doing was terrible, and I have information. And can you make sure that's on the record that I called you and told you that?
Yeah.
Russell's peasant mind. I called Trump to the Epstein administration. Yeah, well, you and Thomas Massey.
Yep.
What democracy? If he had multiple nannies, why did he need to take his son to first day of kindergarten on 9/11? Well, that's a very good question. He also lived next door to Mr. Epstein, didn't he?
It was the first day of school.
It was the first day of school. Well, I mean, in all seriousness, a lot of people who would have normally been in the tower were not, because it was the first day of school. Not the Cat Williams. When does being a passive audience to evil become complicity? Asking for 8.3 billion friends. Listen, man, I'm going to have a lot to say about what I've seen here, but I can understand why all the commies wanted me to come to these countries, because I came in radical and I'm coming out radicaler. I'll tell you that. Dark matter zombies. Massey seems to be saying there is so much more evil than we know. We are Palestinian now. Free Palestine, and we will all be free. Much love to you both and community. Dark matter zombies, who is funding pro-China anti-Semites. Jose Vega's campaign, we just found out. Secret funder. And there's our new temple bell from Laos for Landry. And I will grab his sound drop. All right, so why don't we save the other ones?
Yeah, we'll save the other ones. Sounds good. Thank you very much, Landrew, for that. Appreciate that very much. All right, folks, this is a funny one. This is a really funny story. So last night, a scoop came across the wire.
You want to hold and start again? Because I'll drop it.
All right, go ahead.
I am Landrew. Landrew is dead.
All right. So, everybody, last night, it was Valentine's Day, and a Valentine's Day scoop came across the interwebs here. Aaron Parnas reports, Scoop, the Department of Justice has sent over a letter to Congress outlining why it made redactions to the Epstein Files. The 6-page letter also includes a list of all, quote, government officials and politically exposed persons in the files. So this is like the closest, I guess, you're going to get to an Epstein list, even though there was no one list. This is an aggregate of names that are mentioned in the files. Here, the final 2 pages can be found here. So the reporting on this, DOJ sends letter to Congress with list of people named in Epstein files, including Trump. Report. The Justice Department sent a letter to Congress on Saturday outlining its justification for redactions made in the released Jeffrey Epstein files, according to Politico. The 6-page letter to the leaders of the Senate and House Judiciary Committees also included a list of, quote, all government officials and politically exposed persons named in the files for any reason. Several high-profile names were on the list, including President Trump. The department noted that names appeared in a wide variety of contexts, ranging from individuals who directly emailed with Epstein or his associate Ghislaine Maxwell to those who had no interaction with either, but were referenced in documents such as media reports. The lack of clarity surrounding which individuals fit into which context drew criticism from Representative Ro Khanna, who accused the DOJ of, quote, purposefully muddying the waters on who was a predator and who was mentioned in an email. So, for example, Janis Joplin is on the list that the DOJ put together. Obviously, Janis Joplin cannot possibly be a perpetrator of anything on Epstein Island, but she was on the list. So that's one example of what Ro Khanna is talking about here. So he tweets out, the DOJ is once again purposefully muddying the waters on who was a predator and who was mentioned in an email. To have Janis Joplin, who died when Epstein was 17, in the same list as Larry Nassar, who went to prison for the sexual abuse of hundreds of young women and child pornography, with no clarification of how either was mentioned in the files, is absurd. Release the full files, stop protecting predators, redact only the survivors' names. Again, another example of what he's talking about. Elvis Presley in the Epstein Files.
I
Alan
mean,
Stacey.
he did meet Priscilla when she was 13.
Yeah. Alan Stacey here says, reportedly cited together with Jeffrey Epstein last week, drinking in a basement bar somewhere near Vegas. That's right. That's right. Maybe he did fake his own death after all, right?
Listen, Jeffrey, this whole thing's going to blow over.
Yeah,
Don't let
right.
it get you.
Just wait it out. Obviously, they're flooding the zone with bullshit, says Forrest. They're doing any and everything except releasing the files with context that matters. They just refuse to hold pedos accountable. That's right. The redheaded libertarian says the DOJ released every name in the files they were required to release, but conflated the predators with normal people. The list includes celebrities like Marilyn Monroe, who died when Jeffrey Epstein was 9. So a pretty obvious farce. But that didn't stop the MAGA influencers from just straight up lying about what this release was. So Gunther Eagleman tweets this out. Just in, AG Pam Bondi just unleashed the full Epstein files under the Transparency Act. All 3.5 million pages dropped. Redactions justified only for victims, and high-profile names exposed with zero cover-ups for embarrassment or politics. No records withheld or redacted based on embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity to any official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. This backfired bigly on the left. By the way, pay attention to the language he's using and the capitalization of certain words. Powerful Dems like Bill Clinton mentioned 1,193 times, and others busted, while fake smears against Trump called out as BS. Vindication for Trump. Now, brutal community note here. This is a lie. The DOJ simply released a statement with a list of names associated with Epstein and the files. There hasn't been a single new file released since the batch in late January 2026, which still includes heavy redactions. 3+ million files are still unreleased. Just straight up made up that they had released the rest of the files, when in fact they didn't. But you know who bought it? Hook, line, and sinker. The skeptic of all skeptics, Alex Jones. Not so skeptical about this. No, Alex Jones quote tweets Gunther Eagleman and then makes a video announcement about this. Notice the community note under his video. This is a complete lie. So let's take a look at the video first.
Saturday night, February 14th, 2026, and I got a Valentine's present for all of America and the world that wants truth, and to bring down the globalist death cult. Tonight, Pam Bondi released the other 3 million total Epstein files. Still, some of the names are redacted, but Congress can go in and look at all of them themselves. This is a gigantic victory. If you thought the first half was devastating, my sources in Congress and the White House say it is even far worse, exponentially, what you're about to see. Total Satanism.
Did your sources tell you that none of this is real and that they didn't actually release any of this? Did those sources tell you that?
Devil worship, genetic engineering, granting children of their stem cells, all these top Hollywood actors, all these top Democrats, senators, House members, billionaires. You saw Bondi on Thursday say, listen, this will bring down the stock market if we bring this out. I'm not defending her saying that. I said a year ago, the sources said Trump was told if you release this, it will literally bring down everything. But now they try to attach to him. He's doing the right thing. He ordered everything released. Massive pressure's been put on the president.
Except no, he didn't.
I've put a lot of pressure on the White House, and a lot of you have as well. And Trump has never been involved. But by extension, he became part of the cover-up. And a lot of his top supporters, including myself, came out and said, you got to stop. You've got to reverse this now. But the deep state's going to pull some major crap now, okay? So just get ready. It's going to be extremely dangerous. But the files are now out as of about 2 hours ago.
Again, no, they're not.
A live special podcast that I'll be posting here in the next couple hours with some special folks here in Miami. So look for that at Real Alex Jones on X as we go through all of this. But this is so huge. And again, Ludwig and others had lied to Trump, said we don't know and we didn't go to the island. Trump talked about that yesterday, said I didn't know. I tried telling Trump 1,000 times you got too many Jews in this cabinet. I tried warning him. I don't know how many times I tried getting the message across. He wasn't listening. You know, he can be a very stubborn man at times.
I asked him, don't you have a list of Aryans? You need more Aryans in this cabinet.
Yeah. This wasn't the case. He is, I'm told, royally pissed and is getting ready to axe a whole bunch of people in the administration that lied to him about this. Not that are really involved in any meaningful way. I'm not defending the Republicans. We've always known 99% of this was Democrats. I kept asking why then is Trump helping cover it up? He's doing a self-inflicted wound. But hey, how you doing, brother? God bless you. God bless you, man. A lot of great. I appreciate you, brother. Hey, they just released the rest of the Epstein Files. Great news.
All right, you want to get a selfie?
Sure. Let's get a selfie in just a second.
Just give me a second. I'm fucking
real fast. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is so historic what's going down. God bless you all. It's a great Valentine's present for humanity and the victims. Let's keep pushing. Humanity's winning. We're on the march. The empire's on the run. The answer to 1984 is 1776. Look for more at Real Hawk Show tonight live. Stay with us.
Stay with us. Yes, I would love to stay with you.
What
So
a
check this
sad
out.
little man he's become. Wow.
I mean, look at this
I
tweet.
mean, he just made this shit up. He just made it all up.
Well,
Wow.
I mean, he did make all that shit up on camera, but his problem was he just bit at the Gunther Eagleman thing. This is all a quote tweet.
Why would you?
Look at that list. Look at the size of that tweet. I had to zoom out like 10 times on my laptop to take a screenshot of that. Check this out. A quote tweet, a photo, a video, 2 community notes calling all of it a complete lie. Is this the most bullshit tweet of all time? Yeah, it's community noted twice. Yep. David Icke says Epstein's best buddy for at least 10 years knew nothing and is completely in the clear. Repeat after me. Trump is innocent. Trump is innocent. Trump is innocent. Was that okay, Mr. Trump, sir? Yes, Jones, now make some tea. Yes, sir. There's David Icke with a dramatic interpretation of their relationship. But yeah, he was in Miami, I guess, to do this podcast. What is this? Fresh and Fit? What's this guy's name? Myron Gaines, I think that's the guy's name. I think it's the host name of the show. But yeah, here he is more formally announcing how angry Donald Trump is at the delay in releasing these files.
And today with his cabinet.
Oh, okay.
This is
You mean
exclusive.
Trump having this morning? Okay.
This is exclusive.
Yeah.
No one knows this.
No one knows this.
I've talked to multiple.
You see, the reason no one knows it is because it's not true. That's the reason
'Cause
no
it's
one
not
knows
true.
it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it didn't happen. Exclusive. And no one knows this. None of it happened.
He had meetings yesterday and today with his cabinet.
Oh, okay.
This is
You mean
exclusive.
Trump having this morning? Okay.
This is exclusive.
Yeah.
No one knows this.
Yeah, you're getting a real scoop here.
I've talked to multiple
Only problem
people,
is it's not
one that
true.
was in the room and other people that heard about it. And also people that were delivering my message, and which I'm here in Florida delivering to the family. Like, listen, you're committing political suicide, self-inflicted wound. We know you're not in there. I had Mark Mitchell go 3 months ago to the White House.
literally in
This is
there.
what's killing him. We know he's not involved already. We know it was over the stock market because I was with people that were at the meeting over a year ago, 13 months ago when he's president-elect. And they told him this. And I've said it probably 1,000 times on air. Folks, I don't agree with it. People said I'm covering up for it. I was just saying with their idea, their mindset. I'm not agreeing with that. It'll crash the stock market. You got hundreds of head bankers, heads of universities, heads of brokerage firms, the royalty, not
Bill
just
Gates as well.
Bill Gates. It just goes on and on.
yeah.
You know, all of top Obama's people. It's all
Oh,
Democrats, 99%.
No, 99%.
But they came to Trump and they said, if you bring this out, it'll bring down the stock market. I probably said, let's not exaggerate, 500 times last year and a half that expect this to happen because I was already told, don't expect this because this is what happened. And I said, you're making a mistake. They're going to stab you in the back. They said, no, they're not. And I said, that's wrong. But notice Bondi 3 days ago or Thursday was in that congressional hearing.
Yeah.
And she goes, it'll crash the stock market and bring down the system, I tell you. And people got the clips of me saying that like 100 times. So, but finally Trump got, oh my God, it's going to crash it anyways. I've been double crossed. So this morning he said, you're all fired. This is people in the meeting.
Wow.
He said, you're all fired. He said, I want, and by the way, behind the scenes, Trump used to cuss some. He also, you see when he's hoarse, he goes, I'm sorry, I'm screaming people. He said, listen, motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sick of being tied to this shit.
that's what he
I'm the one that
said.
dropped a dime on him 18 years ago. He goes, you're all fucking fired if it isn't fucking released. Do you fucking understand me? They released.
Listen, motherfuckers, you're all fucking fired if it isn't released. You notice he had it up to here, except obviously none of that. None of that is at all true.
Amazing. That's amazing. He's so used to just lying that you can see like all of this was an improv.
Yeah,
From
no,
the
he just
Miami
wing it, all
video
right.
to what he's saying here. It's just, yeah, this is what the morons that keep me from living in a cardboard box want to hear. Here you go.
Oh, Gunther Eagleman said something. All right. Well, I guess I could work with that. That's what you call a good offer in the improv world, right?
That's it. There's no accountability because if they wanted the truth, they wouldn't be watching me anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So he wasn't the only one, though. Here's Eric Doherty. Breaking. AG Pam Bondi just announced the DOJ has released all Epstein files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, has justified redactions and listed high-profile names that appear in the files. No records were withheld. Notice he quotes the exact same portion of the letter that Gunther Eagleman quoted. Was it Gunther Eagleman or Alex Jones who quoted that? Who quoted that in their piece? Was it both of them? Or was it, no, it was, Gunther Eagleman. Same exact quote there.
Breaking.
Quotes here.
Jeffrey Epstein wrote late Elvis hit in the ghetto.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, look at this. Epstein has backfired on the left. Multiple powerful Democrats have been exposed, and Trump has been vindicated. Same capitalization, vindicated, as Gunther Eagleman. And so Diligent Dennison notices this. Notice very similar language. State media Epstein propaganda network exposed. All within an hour or so, Con Inc. shills put out verbatim, apparently scripted talking points about the Epstein files. All exact same words. Backfired bigly, Bill Clinton, busted, vindication. The new media is bought. So yeah, here's what he's talking about. He put these tweets together in a little video slideshow. So first, you can see Alex Jones, backfired bigly, backfired, vindicated. Backfired bigly, Clinton busted, vindication. Play that one more time. Backfired bigly, busted, vindication. Backfired, vindicated. Backfired bigly, busted, vindication. Yeah, same language.
Yeah.
Same language, very similar capitalization. Yeah. Almost like there's some sort of spreadsheet that says, all right, this is more or less what you got to say. Pretty sad stuff. And, being busted like that was too much, even for Alex Jones. So he had to go live today at 4:00 in the afternoon. Sorry, everything I told you yesterday was wrong. Go on. You're on.
It is Sunday, February 15th, 2026. I'm your host, Alex Jones. Thank you for tuning in to this transmission at Infowars.com/show on stations across the country, and of course on X at Real Alex Jones, as well as Rumble at the Alex Jones Show.
I'll tell you, I don't know what they're putting in the caipirinhas down there, but I was ripped on some shit last night.
Yesterday at about 8:30, I'm getting ready to go from a hotel here in Miami and drive over to a popular podcast. And all of a sudden my phone blows up, and all these big credible sites and news groups and influencers.
Big credible sites like the 50 teenagers in Singapore who call themselves Gunther Eagleman reported that Pam Bondi had just released the rest of the Epstein files. And so I just decided, you know what? I'll just say that for 3 minutes as if it's true. Those are the credible sites he's talking about. Literally, you took a tip from Gunther Eagleman. Didn't bother checking it at all. And just I'll just riff on this for 3 minutes outside of the Miami hotel bar or wherever he was. That hurts.
I think it's understandable given that I run around talking about, rhinoceros DNA spliced with a spider dick without anybody calling me out on it, that I thought I could just say whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
But I have no plausible deniability here. There's one of those it's true or it's not true things, and I'm being exposed as the lying degenerate under the strain of a tremendous lawsuit who now has to peddle my ass to the highest bidder in order to keep a roof over my head that I actually am.
So now I'm gonna pretend that I actually care about the truth by retracting this, because it was just a little too much, even for the people who still watch me for my dick of a spider on a rhinoceros takes.
I mean, how do you come out and say 3 million files are released? Don't you think that would be everywhere? Don't you think that would be more than just Gunther Eagleman reporting that out if it were true?
You're saying, oh my
Yeah,
God.
I think he's just on autopilot to just lie. So he just went with it. He just it just ran with it. I mean, I made a monologue out of it, but it's really not far from the truth. Like when you run around saying anything you want to say, and you have an audience that doesn't care, because just like an MSNBC audience, they're coming to you not for the truth. They're coming to you for a product that makes them feel good. You don't need to tell the truth, but he went a little too far here.
Yeah, because this is just so blatant. I mean, you're talking about, you're saying something happened that would have been front page news everywhere. If they had really released the entire remaining Epstein files, that would have been everywhere. Wouldn't have just been Gunther Eagleman.
All the rest of the Epstein files, because they were holding back a large portion of them while they were still redacting them. The names, the quote, victims, and the victimizers, it seems mainly. And so I look at it, and I had been talking to folks about the White House last week, and Trump was starting to understand that this doesn't implicate him, as he always knew, so why not bring it forward, and that they were planning to get rid of all the redactions.
See, I'm sorry. That is just a total crock of bullshit. Who believes that? Who believes Donald Trump? Marjorie Taylor Greene, we showed you in the last segment. Marjorie Taylor Greene said Donald Trump is the single biggest obstacle to the release of these files. Who believes this guy when he says, yeah, no, Trump is starting to realize that these files have to come out? It's just, there's no evidence for that whatsoever.
Period. Because we need to know in these emails and other documents who these victimizers are. It's cut and dry. Raping of children, Satanism, cannibalism. I mean, there's even more insane stuff that's been found that I'll get to here in a few minutes. It's and a lot more with the evening tonight that Harris is going to be going over. So I was very excited because it was just confirmation of what I was hearing. But I was like, wow, I thought they were just going to unredact the names, not automatically just release all these other files that they were processing through. Remember, it's 6 million, not 3 million. And so then I go do the podcast, and boom, I wake up this morning and people are like, hey, that's not the case. That's not what happened here. And so I went and checked it out, and it's not.
Yeah, no, turns out it's not. Now, he didn't put this video out until 4 p.m. today. So, like I said, I mean, Miami's a big party town. Maybe maybe he was out late, maybe he got up late, but man, he didn't retract this for a very, very long time. Quite embarrassing there. But hey, he's not the only one. We told you, Eric Doherty, Gunther Eagleman, here's Cat Turd. Are any of you in the Epstein files like Thomas Massey? I'm not. How about you? Ha, 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 ha. Well, community note, the author of this post, Cat Turd, is in fact mentioned in the Epstein files. So that is as pathetic cope as we've ever seen, to the point where you had 3 very, very high profile influencers within the MAGA space just come out and make a bombshell announcement that was just not at all true. And it wasn't like they pulled it out of their ass entirely. Like there was knowledge of what that actually was. They actually put out a letter to do exactly what many said they were doing, which is what Ro Khanna said. They're muddying the waters. Okay, they put out a giant list, many of whom, if not most of whom, cannot even plausibly be perpetrators, like Janis Joplin and Elvis Presley, and you combine that with people who may be perpetrators.
Make you feel.
Yeah, exactly. That's obviously what happened there. And they just went and they said something that was just completely untrue. I couldn't believe it because, I know these people to be liars and bullshitters, but what makes a good liar is if your lie is not a good lie unless it's plausible. A lie has to be plausible for it to be effective. So I saw this come across my X feed. I'm like, oh boy, do I have to do a ton more research? And then I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything. You kind of picked up that it was bullshit right away because you quote tweeted Eric Doherty. You realized that this is just like total nonsense. It's just based on absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's it's funny. Everyone misinterpreted that. I was voicing Eric Doherty, not Pam Bondi.
Oh, okay.
Everyone took it that I was voicing Pam Bondi. I actually was not.
No, I realized you were voicing Eric Doherty. Yeah.
No, but everyone who commented thought it was a reference to Pam Bondi. I tweeted out in Eric Doherty's voice as I was thinking of it. Please, God, don't make me go back to giving HJs behind the Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Because these guys, look, man, in the end, if this is your grift, this is not going well. This is not going well. They could see the writing on the wall. They could see a day coming when they're persona non grata in both digital and real spaces, and they have no choice. They're in too deep. You got douchebag Brett Weinstein over there trying to pretend that he didn't do what he did and say what he said. Oh, look at Netanyahu. Is this the biggest ovation a mafia don's ever got? All of a sudden,
yeah.
he's this big anti-Zionist. Incredible, man. But most of them, man, they're too deep in. Like, that's it. They're going to have to go down with the ship. And yeah, if you look at that, we've showed that before with multiple people. I can't remember. I think it was with an ICE thing. We did a story showing how they capitalized the same things.
Right.
Yeah, influenceable. Just like, look, if you're in media, official media, where you would get press releases from the government, or you get press releases if you've ever worked in an entertainment section on a paper, you get press releases from the studios, and you could tell that everybody just kind of copied and pasted and changed the words around. Because once you are a recipient of those releases, you read everybody's article and you know that everybody built their article off those releases. That's what this is. And it's probably Marjorie Taylor Greene named influenceable, which was outed in Sodagate. I think that's probably true. There's one central hub, probably that company. And they give these people their marching orders and they get paid to regurgitate whatever. But it is very much, when you look at the narrative, it's a very simple thing. The narrative structure, you notice how many headlines are so-and-so reveals such and such?
Right.
Right. That's a formula. They always use that term, reveals, because whatever market research they did found that particular term gets the most clicks. Right. All of these narratives are about your political or ideological enemy got owned, no matter who it's coming from. Like you watch MSNBC, and it's almost like a religious ritual where they serve up the bad guys and then give you some sense of comeuppance over them, and that's the ritual, right? And now the world is right and good, and the bad guys got theirs. That's the same exact thing. And he was right in that tweet. Yeah, this supposedly independent media, not only has it been bought like corporate media, structurally, it's just a translation into a different medium of that same exact us versus them, and them got theirs. So you can feel vindicated and justified, and you're winning, and come back tomorrow, and it's going to be a new struggle over a new thing that we're going to throw to the peasants to keep them fighting. And that's it, man. It's all a big psyop. It's all a big psyop. And I will, I knew I was going to feel this way, but you go outside the United States, it's incredible to watch that, because no place else is like this that I've been. Like that, like so much of our cultural and political conversation, it would be unintelligible anyplace else. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so obviously insane. It's the kind of psyop you need to do when you're trying to maintain this empire that doesn't actually serve the people who live in it. You have to lay this kind of pressure on them when your government is trying to distract people from the fact that they're being robbed and exploited. What do? You keep them fighting over nonsense and give them illusory victories rather than real ones, because you're not going to give them real ones. You got to give them fake ones.
Yes, of course. Of course. One more thing here. So this is kind of a first in my career first in my career as a commentator. I guess a first in Due Dissidence history. This was an example of me.
You're in the files?
Actually believing. No, this was an this was an example of me at first actually not believing what I was looking at to be real. You know, with the advent of AI, you know, you can be tricked from time to time. You can look at something, think it's real, comment on it in public, and then have egg on your face. It happened to us once before. It happened to us with a Karine Jean-Pierre clip. The AI was so impressive. It really looked and sounded exactly like Karine Jean-Pierre speaking at a press conference saying something absurd. And so it didn't even occur to me to cover this because I thought, nah, this can't possibly be real. What am I going to cover this and act like it's real and then get embarrassed when a bunch of people in the comment sections, hey, FYI, this is AI. Then I got to edit it out. What a hassle that is. What an embarrassment that is. I figure, all right, I'm just gonna not touch this. But then I saw that the Daily Beast did a big write-up here. Viewers were appalled that the 5 hosts could be so blithe about child sexual abuse, referring to the same video clip that is so crazy. I actually thought, for real, no bullshit, I actually thought this was AI. So here is the 5 panel joking about who Jeffrey Epstein was and the kind of services he provided to those in his social circles here.
He's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises. He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are, you need a girl. Or some penicillin. Or some, if you need it, he's got it. He's a sex rabbi. You should perform at the halftime show next year.
Yes. Well, that won't be happening.
Yep.
Sometimes, you know, if you need a girl, I love how she's like, that won't be happening. That's the reaction of someone who knows there's now a 10% chance the show's going to get canceled.
There's like Jake TV.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, man, it looks like something it looks like AI from Jake TV.
On this particular clip, the audio is a little off because it's clearly somebody filming their television.
Yeah,
the lighting is a little weird. So I literally thought this was AI because I'm like, there's no way Fox News is going to joke that, hey, Epstein would just hook you up if you needed a girl, and joke that Epstein is a sex rabbi. Imagine, I'm going to play this one more time, and I want you to imagine that this is the set on an MSNBC show, right? Imagine that Fox News chyron in the lower left is an MS Now thing or a Meet the Press panel or even CNN. But imagine this were a liberal roundtable show and they referred to Jeffrey Epstein jokingly as a sex rabbi. This would be the outrage of the year.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Every MAGA influencer, like we covered in the last segment, from Gunther Riegelman to Alex Jones to Eric Doherty, would be demanding that show be canceled. No question
and
about
it. Everyone on that panel be fired.
And that everybody be fired. Exactly.
It looks like he's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises. He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are, you need a girl. Or some penicillin. Or some.
That is especially cringe, I got to say, coming from Jeffrey Waters, a guy who I'm sure I'm sure women's natural reaction when they see Jeffrey Waters at a bar is to cover their drink. I'm sure the hand goes right to the top of the glass. Not saying he's done anything, but I'm saying those are the vibes I promise you this guy gives off at the bar. Okay. Hey, this is why they made plastic lids for margarita cups, is because of guys like this. Okay, So here he is once again.
Problems. Sometimes those problems are, you need a girl. Or some penicillin. Or some. If you need it, he's got it. He's a sex rabbi. You should perform at the halftime show next year.
Yes. Well, that won't be happening.
Yep.
Anything happened at a jail.
Hanging from a noose.
Yeah, she realized that did not play well, and she's like, okay, that's the reaction when you're like, all right, let's move on and hope for the best. Yeah, I mean, I literally couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
like, imagine a liberal
amazing.
panel said that. Imagine a liberal panelist said that.
Well, that's the funny thing, man. You know, you see it again and again with these preachers who get, busted trying to hook up in a bathroom stall. The people who scream the loudest about their morality usually have something to hide. These people are scum. They're absolute scum. Look at the things they support. Look at the things they're willing to get behind. They're scum of the earth. Now there's a vibe shift where they have to do everything they can to minimize and dismiss the Epstein files and to get their hypnotized followers to go along with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Epstein thing is funny. It's like it's not.
Yeah, if you needed
That's
a girl,
it. They
he'd
got-
hook you up. He'd fly a
Yeah.
girl out.
Right. That's it. They're trying to change the tone on the story because the reality of it is destroying them.
Yes, indeed. All right. Let's move right on along here. Hey, folks, we got a new dissident sponsor I'm excited to tell you about. It's a band called Tripping Jupiter. They are fans of the show, and they've just released a single called This Fuss. It's been called a piece of politically charged Technicolor alt pop by the online UK-based music blog Music Crowns. And the song is really good. It's literally written as an anthem for overthrowing the oligarchy, wrapped in a neat little indie pop package. Tripping Jupiter is an independent music project based in New York City. They describe their sound, They describe their sound as pushing back against the generic and standing genre on its head. Because, well, generic music is boring and putting music into little boxes doesn't make anybody happy anymore. Their music features Gail Ann Dorsey on bass, known for her work with David Bowie, on a bunch of songs off their debut album Lipstick of the Brave, released in 2022, and on a few others on this upcoming album, which will be released later this year. It's also produced by the Audible Yeas production team of Barb Morrison, who's worked with Blondie, Franz Ferdinand, and Bart Scootle, who's done production with Lady Gaga, and many others. This Fuss is streaming on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, and anywhere you listen to music. Yes, corporate streaming platforms are what they are, but you got to get the music out somehow. There's also a neat lyric video they just put up on YouTube that you should check out. It is a really cool song. It is very, very well made. I listened to it a few times. It is exactly as they describe, a nice indie pop sound. Great vocal melody, fun lyrics, very easy on the ear. So go and listen to This Fuss by Tripping Jupiter wherever you stream your music. If you just search Tripping Jupiter on Apple, Spotify, or YouTube, it will come up, especially if you put the name of the song in there, Tripping Jupiter, This Fuss. Or you can go to hypedit.com/Tripping Jupiter /This Fuss. That takes you to a Linktree type page so you can check out the tune. Please do. It's a cool little tune. I like it a lot. I think you will too. Hypedit.com/Tripping Jupiter /This Fuss, or search the artist name wherever you get your music, and you will no doubt see it. All right. Let's move right on along here. What do we got? Eric Cousseau. Pam Bondi in Congress is same as her sexy, dirty talk. A lot of how dare yous and screaming Trump during orgasm. Good one. Siddhartha Vicious. How many children do you think Lucknick ate at his lunch with Epstein? They all made it back. You keep bringing up Epstein ties to Trump, but I never hear you talk about illegal immigrant Joaquin Gomez, who shot just once but 5 times, jumped the turnstile to ride the subway. Yeah, you should write for You Should Intern at the DOJ.
No.
Lutnick, I lied on the road again. We all made it off the dinosaur island safe, except the fat guy from Seinfeld. Yes, exactly. Stoop Sign, do y'all remember the South Park Super Adventure Club episode where they make a chef a PDF who belongs to an elite adventure club that does PDF stuff involving exotic kids? It's from 2006.
That's when he left the show. That's when they had the break over Scientology.
I know he quit over Scientology. I don't remember the episode.
That was basically their commentary on Isaac Hayes being in a cult.
Interesting. Okay. All right. You got some super chats over there?
Sure do. Without bounds now. It's without bounds now, gents. By the way, LOL. I think RFK was looking for the mythical dinosaurs, the Felchosaurus and Diplodocus.
Diplodocus.
Yeah. Saul Duarte. There is nothing innocent of this administration. They say fossil hunting. I imagine it's code for some vicious thing.
Well, that was before the administration. That was 2012. Yeah.
That was way before that. Vito P. You know, I met him many years ago.
Who, RFK?
Yeah, years
Oh,
ago
yeah.
in Santa Monica. I was like canvassing for the Democrat club out there.
Oh,
It
interesting.
was at like an event at a coffee house. It's Vito. M. Tracy is looking for his Barry Weiss payday and network position. At least his name is easier to say than Dukapel. Cancer sucks. You all rock. Yeah, man, that guy's just tripling and quadrupling down, man. Brad Gilbert. Did 6-page have 6 paragraphs with 6 lines?
Huh.
All right. Brad Gilbert can't smell the fertilizer for the bullshit. I mean, I'm going to make a prediction right here. Michael Tracy winds up on the payroll at the new revamped racket over there. Virtuoso Russ. I'm at a Vietnamese restaurant in Daytona Beach, Florida called Mama Po's. As I have discovered, it's actually pronounced Po, not Pho. And I got to say this.
I thought it was a U sound. That's what I
No.
thought. No?
I mean, according to what I was told here, maybe they're just making fun of me. Maybe they
Yeah.
just want to make me say it wrong. And I got to say, this chicken banh mi is out of this world. Okay, so you think that, but this is what I have discovered being here. All right, so I went to the best banh mi place in Hanoi, Banh Mi 25, it's called. And I also had a banh mi at like a roadside place for the tour buses, right? Both of them were so much better than any banh mi I've ever had in my life that I realized that's basically Vietnam's New York pizza, right? You know, I mean, the way you'll say to somebody from out of state, the worst pizza you get in New York is going to be better than the best pizza you ever had where you're from. Banh mi, you think you've had a good banh mi? Not until you had it here, man. Like the bread, it's just different. It's just different. It's much like the best banh mi I ever had in New York. I would rate a 4 relative to the 10 that I'm having here. Namit Maine, the cook Alex Jones was right the whole time. I didn't get that. Went over my head. Matt from Wisconsin. Keaton could do a segment on Epstein and sports. Quite a few athletes and team owners in the files. That's true. Mainly motorsports, it seems. Well, no water sports, which I assume you're a fan of because of your past career as a driver.
No, I'm not a motorsports fan.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was a delivery driver. It's a little
Delivery
different.
driver,
Yeah, it wasn't like demolition derby deliveries there. Andy Gardner with Alex Jones. You really feel the act now. At least he used to really believe what he said. Probably gimme Rex all day. Yeah, you know what? It kind of. Speak of the devil. It kind of reminds me of Taibbi. Like once you don't believe in what you're doing like that, it takes the air out of you, man. Like it takes a certain spark out of you. It takes a certain twinkle out of your eye, man. Like you can feel that it's a drag.
Oh yeah, it's joyless now.
He's doing the act. He's doing the job.
Yeah,
and that's it, man. All right, one more. Rock McDonald, Russ, you've said a couple times an example. The Castro isn't in the files, but he is. But I've said Cubans, but I believe he is pictured with Epstein. Point taken, though. No Xi Jinping. Yeah, there is a picture of him. Yeah, I mean, in that case, and hey, man, I mean, if Castro were involved in something, I'd say so. I'm not loyal to anybody that way. But it seems like that kind of douchebag, like Epstein, he shows up in a lot of places. You know, like I don't think Castro is like, so tell me about the girls on the island. I mean, I honestly don't.
Yeah, he was a real busybody. I could never be a sex trafficker. It's too much kibitzing. You know, too many emails to return, too many phone calls. You know, all this guy did was abuse children and answer emails. I mean,
yeah,
tons of.
That's right. I mean, it's nice work if you can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I recall, because we covered that at the time that those pictures came out. I think it was like, it was some kind of event, and Epstein was there. It wasn't like he was hanging out with him.
Right.
So, all right.
All right.
Want to move along?
Let's move along.
All right. So our 2028 great Latina hope for president, AOC, went to Munich. This was kind of her coming out, not as trans, although she strongly supports that community. She should be commended for that. She's coming out with her foreign policy bona fides. So we're going to do this in two parts: the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is as close as you're going to get to the good on this. So she kind of got made fun of here, and I'm gonna talk about why and what her problem is very often when she speaks. But she talked a little bit in a kind of tortured way about how basically she's talking about worthy and unworthy victims in a very difficult to follow way.
Is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
All right. So this is my read. Now, if you speak the language, you understand what she said, but that's not a way to convey that to somebody who's not very tuned into what you're talking about. So Jillian Michaels, certainly no rocket scientist. Word salad 2.0. Yeah, you should talk genius. Hammer time here. Long form podcasts and debates will melt her chances at the highest office. Best she can hope for is doing okay in the party primary to negotiate cabinet level position for endorsement. Sorry, I hit a button here. Imagine 3 hours of this on Joe Rogan. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. Why does she speak this way? Like, I understood, Keaton, you understood what she was talking about, right?
I mean, I vaguely got it, but it was pretty lousy.
It was pretty
Like,
badly formulated.
yeah.
And this is what I think it is. Very often on these positions, I'm probably going to give her more credit than a lot of people would, and maybe I'm wrong. I think she understands the left position on a lot of these things. I think she holds the left position on a lot of these things because she is not a radical who's really willing to come at the system. She tries to say these things in a way that's not going to get her blowback from, the Nancy Pelosi Gorgon Club.
Right.
And it winds up coming out very mealy-mouthed like that. I don't feel like that's a reflection that she didn't know what she's saying. I think it's a reflection of the fact that she doesn't have the courage of her convictions. I think that's why she so often meanders like that instead of just saying it straight out. It's easy enough to say, yeah, well, the West cares a lot about white victims and not a lot about brown victims.
Right. Well, yeah.
And,
I mean, that's,
like she won't say it like that.
no, I mean, that's part and parcel. I mean, that is basically the rad lib way
Right.
of framing things. Right.
Right. And go back to what rules-based order?
Right.
What about that Carney speech? What did he? And I'm going to use that later in the Rubio thing, but in a very different way. Okay, so this is what really got all of the pushback from a lot of people, though. She talked a little bit about Palestine.
Election. Personally, I think that the United States has an obligation to uphold its own laws, particularly the Leahy laws. And I think that personally, that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza. And I think that we have thousands of women and children dead that was completely avoidable. And so I believe that enforcement of our own laws through the Leahy laws, which requires conditioning aid in any circumstance when you see gross human rights violations, is appropriate.
Wow. Okay, so this is why a lot of people will tell you, including very emphatically our good friend Nick Cruz, that the social democrats are a total dead end because the system is not redeemable. It's not reformable. These crimes against humanity are not a bug. It's a feature of our entire system. And a figure like AOC, if you look at the way that she framed that, she can't just address these things dead on because she's trying to work within a system that is inherently genocidal. It's inherent to that system. If you're not willing to come right at that system, you're going to sound like AOC. Well, we should use the. So she got some of that from people on the left. There's Khaldoon Khalil. I'm being as charitable as I can. This needs polishing. It really shouldn't be this pain to say no more money for Israel's genocide. It feels like hedging your bets and inauthentic. Honestly, at this late date, she should be saying fuck Israel with her whole soul. And yeah, she should. And then you know what they would do? They would make sure to get her out of Congress one way or the other. And, you know, unlike the AOC who said, I think you should be prepared to be a one-term congressperson, she decided she likes being in Congress.
Right.
So she's not going to say that. And Brianna, quote, tweeted over this. She didn't stutter when she said Kamala was working tirelessly for a ceasefire. No, she did not. No, she did not. She wasn't mealy-mouthed then. That's for sure. But then you got it from the other side. Raylan Givens. Watch. The Jew hater AOC blames Israel for Gaza. This shocking ignorance and insensitivity by Ocasio-Cortez should rule her out of any potential presidential bid or other high office. Tom Gross, an expert on international affairs who visited the island, said. It doesn't say the part about the island. Now, here is probably the single greatest piece of evidence that everything David Icke has said about reptilian overlords is true. His name is Rick Scott. And Rick Scott came out and said, just when you thought AOC couldn't say anything crazier or more anti-Semitic, she did.
To call out Israel for genocides while you're in Germany?
Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's Germany.
Wow, you're in Germany. Okay, so now let's take a look at who Rick Scott is. This man, you understand, for not just the Epstein Files. You are ruled by criminals. You're literally ruled by people who belong in prison. Here is Rick Scott trying to make some kind of a moral statement about talking about the very real genocide that Israel has committed against the Palestinian people, not starting on October 7th, for much longer than that. And this is who Rick Scott is. He committed the greatest Medicare fraud in the history of the country and got away with it with a golden parachute. That's who this guy is. Let's take a look.
Of the biggest criminal investigations of an American corporation ever.
We're executing a search warrant.
In the past few months, hundreds of federal agents have raided at least 70 of Colombia's hospitals and offices in 7 states.
Rick Scott promised explosive growth to shareholders, but to insiders, Rick Scott could be ruthless.
They seem to care more about profits than medicine.
Good old-fashioned fraud, lying for money.
Over the last decade, Colombia has made its stockholders and executives rich.
The company cheated the Medicare program, and they knew what they were doing.
Regularly filing false Medicare reports and overcharging the government.
Charging the government for everything from Kentucky Derby tickets to country club memberships.
False claims submitted to the government year after year over the course of hundreds of hospitals. Their promotions depended on it. Their bonuses depended on it.
For-profit hospital chain HCA, formerly called Columbia HCA, will plead guilty to criminal conduct.
$745 million to settle charges of fraud in Medicare billing.
Rick Scott and 5 other top corporate executives have resigned, and federal investigators told ABC News today that Scott is now considered a prime target of the investigation. Scott could...
Prime target. Rick Scott had to resign as executive of a company that committed the largest case of Medicare fraud in U.S. history. You notice how you never see Elon tweet about that? About why is Rick Scott a senator? He's committed the greatest waste, fraud, and abuse in history. Notice you don't see Trump. Rick Scott
Rick Scott stole so much money from the country's worst. It's like Somalia times Somalia. This guy.
Yeah.
You gotta get rid of it.
You never see that, right? This guy's fine, man. He's a Republican in good standing. It's almost like it's not about waste, fraud, and abuse at all. It's about getting you to cut your own throat under the premise that there's waste, fraud, and abuse from those people. Those people. Here's our resident lobotomy victim here, John Fetterman, also taking real exception to this AOC speech.
Absolutely. Why is she so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything as Iran was executing thousands and thousands of their protesters for that. Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza, absolutely. And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker?
Does this guy live in an ICE prison? He always, every time you see him, he's like got some like crappy wall behind him.
Pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times, they're fascinated with him.
Fascinated.
They're infatuated with
and
him.
call this is and stand with Israel. That's our special ally. And there was never a genocide. And when there is a
this
genocide,
guy should run for president.
where
That would
you're
be hilarious.
executing tens of thousands of people in Iran, why not call that out too?
Your party also.
Imagine a State of the Union by this guy. Imagine a 2-hour speech by this guy.
Yeah, this is this is the room his wife makes him sleep in since he went full genocide.
Yeah.
There has been reporting that she's horrified by what he's become. But look at this. This Barron Trump News, not, as Keaton advised me, not the actual Barron Trump. I thought
it's like a fan account.
Yeah, it's like a fan account. John Fetterman goes straight at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over her attacks on Israel. Fetterman called out the double standard. Why rush to accuse Israel of genocide, but stay quiet when Iran executes protesters by the thousands? He didn't hedge. He didn't soften it. He flat out said there was never a genocide in Gaza. This is a Democrat openly challenging the loudest voices in his own party on foreign policy. That split is getting harder to ignore. Now, look at all this. I mean, this is coming straight from Israel. This is coming straight from Israel's propaganda department. They're really, 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 really trying to use MAGA's antipathy towards AOC to get them to support Israel. They're the same way with Somalians. They have an agenda with the civil war in Somalia. They want to put bases in Somaliland. So they drummed up their racism to get them to have an antipathy towards Somalians. They know they don't like AOC, so they're trying to take this opportunity to get them to support Israel. Fetterman, this is, I'm sure it's a lot more money now. This is back in 2024. And that was the most recent I could find from Track APAC, $244,000 from APAC. And you might remember this clip. This was Ryan Grimm talking about how all these Democrats behind the scenes go to APAC and these other pro-Israel lobbying groups and just ask them, what do you want me to say? And he specifically called out Fetterman.
Conversations that would be held among consultants and campaigns that were worried that AIPAC or DMFI was going to start spending millions of dollars in their race. And so this is without AIPAC even spending a dime. And they would say, well, the easiest thing we can do is let's just post, I stand with Israel. And some candidates would just do that. And then others would reach out to DMFI. John Fetterman, his campaign did this. Others did it.
Democratic majority for Israel.
As well. And say, what do we need to do? Like, what kind of policy positions do we need to publicly have so that you're going to stay out of this race?
Oh, there you go. There you go. So does he believe any of this? Who knows? Who knows? But he's definitely got a strong financial incentive. And according to that report from a couple years back, absolutely no conscience about using it. Hassanabi Bald Ogre said I'm an anti-Semite and that the New York Times is fascinated with me. Yes, he did. Okay, so this article is amazing. It's amazing. Like, this really tells you, not that they need much encouragement, but the New York Post definitely got the call, man. Their editor definitely got the call. AOC accuses Israel of genocide while in Germany, the home of the Holocaust. Shocking ignorance. Military experts, you're going to love who they dug up, debunk AOC's claim that Israel enabled a genocide in Gaza. Well, debunk, I don't think that word means what you think it means, folks. And who wrote this? Benjamin Weinthal. Well, Irish guy, so nothing to see there. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez alleged at the Munich Security Conference on Friday that U.S. aid to the Jewish state enabled a genocide by Israel. AOC's attack on the Jewish state in Munich unfolded in the birthplace of Adolf Hitler's Nazi movement that carried out the worst genocide in human history. Okay, so me and Keaton talked about this a little bit before we went on. Who do they think they have left that doesn't like Hitler? Like, who do they think is left in the MAGA movement that is bothered by the Holocaust? Who's not running around and saying, well, looks like the funny Austrian mustache man had a point. Yeah. Like, who do they think this is appealing to? This is Shapiro, how you know it came from Israel, because it's so out of touch. It's so out of touch with the reality of who is reading the New York Post. Oh, yeah, you got people reading. Oh, my God, she said that in Germany? These people freaking, you're down to the Nazis now.
AOC owns the libs in Germany. Yeah, that's how people absorb that. AOC to Holocaust survivors, cry harder.
What AOC admires arm tattoo, finds out it's from Auschwitz. Yeah, no, man. You're down to people who, when a VA nurse gets shot 6 times,
yeah, exactly.
By a bunch of people who are not qualified to mop up a 7-Eleven, think that's awesome. You think they don't like Hitler? Like, who do you think this pitch appeals to? To continue. AOC's attack on the Jewish state of Munich unfolded in the birthplace of Adolf Hitler's Nazi movement that carried out the worst genocide in human history. AOC's assault on Israel's war campaign to defeat the U.S. and EU designated terrorist movement Hamas in the Gaza Strip sparked outrage and intense criticism from academic, military, and Middle East experts. This is what I mean. Like, this is an amazing article, and it's propaganda that's not even thinly veiled. It's such nonsense. It's like, it's deranged. Tom Gross, an expert on international affairs, told Fox News, he's a guy we met down at the coffee shop who was willing to go on the record with this nonsense, told Fox News Digital that, quote, AOC has flown all the way to Munich, infamous as the city in which Hitler staged his Nazi beer hall putsch that marked the beginning of the road to the Holocaust, in order to smear the Jewish people further with a phony genocide allegation. Gross added, such preposterous allegations of genocide form the bedrock of modern anti-Semitic incitement against Jews in the U.S. and globally. This shocking ignorance and insensitivity by Ocasio-Cortez should rule her out of any potential presidential bid or other high office, unquote. So here they get into the experts. You're going to love the experts they found. Military experts and genocide researchers have debunked the allegation that Israel carried out a genocide against Palestinians during its self-defense war against the Hamas terrorist organization that started after Hamas terrorists attacked communities in part of southern Israel on October 7, 2023, that saw over 1,200 Israeli and foreign nationals killed and 251 brutally kidnapped and taken into Gaza by Hamas and other terrorists. Now, I will point out that Israel's own after action study showed that I think 700 of those people were killed by Israel, by friendly fire. I think it was 700. Danny Orbach, a military historian from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and co-author of Debunking the Genocide Allegations, a re-examination of the Israel-Hamas war from October 7, 2023 to June 1st, 2025. Oh, really? You got a guy from Hebrew University who doesn't think they're committing a genocide? That's quite an expert they were able to dig up and put on the record. It's incredible because they say, they make it sound like there's overwhelming opinion that there is no genocide. Military experts, genocide researchers have debunked, and they dig up a guy from Hebrew University. Told Fox News Digital that Ocasio-Cortez accusation that Israel committed genocide is an accusation that is incorrect, both factually and legally. Under the Genocide Convention, genocide requires proof of a special intent to destroy a protected group in whole or in part, and as a baseline condition, an active effort to maximize civilian destruction. Yeah, no. Gaza looks like the surface of the moon because they were just going after terrorists. They weren't trying to make it unlivable there or anything. The evidence shows the opposite, as demonstrated in our multi-author study, Debunking the Genocide Allegations. Israel undertook unprecedented measures to mitigate civilian harm, including establishing humanitarian safe zones that independently verified data show were approximately 6 times safer than other areas of Gaza. So other areas of Gaza, you were 98% more likely to get killed. Here, you were 78% likely to get killed. So if you read this article and you're really stupid, there's overwhelming opinion of genocide scholars that Israel's not committing a genocide. Guy Benson, a vile lie anywhere, but especially in this context. John Spencer, add me to the list debunking claims by anyone that there is a genocide in Gaza. I also argue it is dangerous to American forces for a U.S. official to say such false things. Won't anyone think of the troops? She's endangering the troops. Get it? This is in Tablet Magazine. He's plugging his article. All right, so this is from September 1st of last year. Leading genocide scholars organization says Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The largest professional organization of scholars studying genocide said Monday that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Israeli rights groups accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza. The United Nations, this was under poor Francesca Albanese, whose life they have destroyed for putting out papers like this, pointing out that Israel didn't start a genocide on October 7th. She goes back to 1967 with this paper. This is from Wikipedia. Hundreds of humanitarian and human rights organizations have accused Israel of committing genocide in Gaza or implied Israel's actions may constitute genocide against Palestinians following the start of the Gaza war, including a special committee and commission of inquiry of the United Nations, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention, Genocide Watch, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Doctors Without Borders. I'm not going to torture that French pronunciation of their proper name. So just to give you an idea, this is the list of organizations that contend that Israel has committed genocide. Still going. Okay, so that's the end of it there. All right, so, and they dug up some guy from Hebrew University. That's what they got to claim that scholars overwhelmingly have debunked claims of genocide. So Brian Tashman, yes, it is indeed shocking that Palestinians have to pay the price for Europe's crimes against Jews. Yep. And our friend Michael Rechtenwald, a broken clock is right twice a day. This is one of those times. Israel is a mass murdering, raping, and destroying hub of horrors. Yeah. So look, AOC said that little bit, and I agree with Brianna and others that that's pretty weak sauce given the enormity of what we're talking about. That is why at this point I have to say the system is not reformable, because AOC is about the best you're going to do in that system, and it's not nearly good enough. You're supposed to be satisfied if you're like a Democrat. You're supposed to be satisfied with that. Oh, see, we're making progress. No, you're not. No, you're not. You think the bombs, if AOC were to go in there, you think the bombs are going to stop falling on the Palestinians? You think they're going to stop erasing their existence from the West Bank? But you'll have like somebody who's saying stuff that you like. But we had that under Biden. We had that under Biden. All those fake leaks about how Biden was really angry at Netanyahu, like he was going to do something. That's all you'll get with somebody like AOC. I mean, I think it's important to shift the conversation. I mean, I'm not going to say it's completely useless to have AOC go there and say that. It's a little late in the game to be coming around saying that, but okay. I mean, I guess it's better than not. But I think the most interesting part of this is the way that the right is trying to frame this, because they're trying to take advantage of the fact that their constituency, such as it is, has been trained to have a knee-jerk antipathy to anything that AOC says. They've been trained to that since her career began. So they're the Israeli propagandists. They're throwing their money around. They made their calls, and they decided they want everyone to sing from the choir book that says it's an offense and an affront that she made this claim in Germany, and also there's no genocide. And we made a joke out of it, but it's true. Like, who's left in MAGA that doesn't like Hitler? Like, seriously, like, who do they think they're going to speak to? I thought the Somalian thing was the most clever thing they've done, because they'd never mentioned Israel. They manipulated chuds into supporting Israeli policy without ever mentioning Israel. I thought that showed an evolution of self-awareness, that you're not going to win them over to supporting Israel directly. But here they're kind of throwing a Hail Mary. Well, they hate AOC, so hey, let's get them to support Israel by hating AOC. It's not going to work, though. I think there's a lot of cognitive dissonance for their followers in this whole formulation.
Yeah, well, there's just not going to be a solution to the Israel problem that comes out of the American system. That's just not going to happen.
Right. Yep.
And to tie this into the next segment where she talked about Taiwan, this is where I think you kind of have to have that 30,000 feet critique, because the best we can do here, like the best thing we can do for Palestine here, is to advocate for peace with China, to facilitate a transfer of power from this dying empire to an order that is going to preside over a more peaceful world. That, to me, is the best we can do here. We're not going to overthrow the government here. There's not going to be a civil war. You are not going to enlist millions of people to fight a civil war. 600,000 people died when we had a civil war. That was a country of 31 million at the time. 360,000 children lost their fathers. And if you've driven off the highway for any length of time in the American South, as I have done many times, you notice that the South has never been rebuilt to this day from the Civil War. So unless you want, and now if you multiply those numbers out for 2026, you're talking about 7 million dead, 4 million orphaned kids, and the horrors would be much worse than that, because the weaponry is much more advanced than that. So what are you going to do? You're going to have a civil war and have 20 million people die, 10 million kids orphaned, and make the country unlivable from an infrastructure standpoint for 300 years? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's fantasy. So the best you could do is to understand, have the humility to understand that America is not equipped to lead the world anymore. So how do we peacefully facilitate a transfer of power from America elsewhere? And that's part of why her Taiwan answer sucks so much, because she has no fucking concept of that. Right. And instead, she's stuck making these mealy-mouthed talking points here about how, well, we shouldn't be funding offensively Israel, because she's doing what she has to do, all she can within the system. But I think what you have to have is some humility to recognize that there are no solutions, big picture, coming from within this system. This system is too far gone. And if it can't be reformed, then the best we could do is pass the ball to a different system and do so as peacefully as possible to avoid mass death and centuries of deprivation.
Yeah. The core premise that the West should lead the world is something they'll never question. Right. And as long as you're not willing to question that, you're not really willing to advance.
Right.
We're back in America. We're changing the name of the Department of Defense to Department of War under a degenerate drunk secretary.
Exactly.
Over here, man, you got, posters everywhere for peace, Vietnam for peace. Those are their propaganda posters, peace with the world. Right. Even when you go, this horrible things that we did to the Vietnamese people, you even go to the Hoa Lo prison, and they have a whole section dedicated to the reconciliation. They show John McCain coming to visit. Like, imagine how America would frame it if a country had come and done that to us.
Right. Of course.
So the idea that we are morally qualified to lead, or that the world would somehow be poorer for that shift in leadership, it's completely backward. It's completely backward. Like the rest of the world, man, they want to live in peace. Like, what country has military bases all over the world? It's not China. Right. It's not Russia. This is, I keep saying this. It's a very hard concept if you're from America and you've grown up with American propaganda to accept. We're not the good guys in world history, man. We're not. We have been at the forefront of a system that has brutalized and horribly exploited the rest of the world. And even when we look back on American golden ages, at whose expense? At whose expense was that prosperity enjoyed? This is reality, man. I mean, even within our own nations, it was a prosperity that was mostly only enjoyed by white people.
Well, yeah, and this was the hope, and this is why, we were so offended by the Russiagating of Donald Trump in the first term. The hope was that he would bring the empire in for a softer landing by just exhibiting a baseline respect for other countries like Russia, even though China is an adversary. He went to North Korea. Like, he made overtures that, hey, we don't have to be at each other's throats. But that's obviously not the direction this administration has gone in. All right. We just go right into part B.
Yeah, let me just, I'm loading in the one last video that I couldn't get in. Okay, so that was the good, and it wasn't that good, but it goes downhill from there. Okay, so this really went around. AOC's comments on Ukraine.
About Ukraine that can happen without Ukraine, and so they of course lead in terms of setting their terms on this. But I think that overall, as a principle, we shouldn't reward imperialism, and I don't think that we should.
You do know what country you work in the government of, right?
Right.
Like, you do know we just kidnapped a motherfucker, right? We just kidnapped a head of state. We're bombing fishing boats. Our entire history and our economy is largely built on imperialism, right? You got to talk about Russian imperialism.
Allow Russia to continue, or any nation to continue violating a nation's sovereignty and to
Really?
continue to be
Didn't we just bomb Iran? Didn't we just bomb Iran, a country that posed absolutely no threat to us?
rewarded, and whose main lesson and takeaway is that they will gain. And so what that looks like in the
you don't
specifics,
say.
I think, is a deeper conversation. But on principle, I think that is what we should be pursuing.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that countries should not be rewarded for taking violent imperialistic actions against other countries, like, say, kidnapping a head of state right out of his country, like bombing a country that poses no threat to you, like blowing fishermen out of the water on very thin premise of drug deal. Is that kind of thing? That kind of thing. So you feel the same country doing that is in a moral position to be evaluating the action of a country that, frankly, has a much more solid strategic basis for arguing for the actions that they're taking in regards to their own security. But you know, man, you got those MSNBC people. They're still out there.
This is what peace through strength really means. You don't kowtow to brutal invaders. They stand up for the country fighting for their freedom and don't reward the attacker for starting the biggest war in Europe since World War II. Trump is the Neville Chamberlain of our time. Wow.
It's amazing these people are still out there. Got the Ukraine flag there next to the US flag. That is amazing, man. I all these people, Ukraine will take you still, right? You can sign up and fight over there. They'll take you. They'll throw you on the front lines. I haven't seen any of these people do that. Empire of lies. It's obvious AOC knows very little about this conflict. Yes, because the imperialists, that's Victoria Nuland and the Americans when they fomented the 2014 coup in Ukraine. Yes. This has a longer history than a couple years. Max Blumenthal. No matter who you vote for, you get John McCain, but perhaps a little less articulate. Yep.
Nicer arms, though.
Nicer arms. Nicer gams, too.
Yeah.
So she goes on about how the Trump administration is trying to withdraw from engagement with the world.
Just a 20-second follow-up, really, just quick. Are there any particular institutions that a Democratic administration would want to save? Like your voters, is it NATO? Is it the climate accord? Is it the Iran nuclear? Are there some things where, just give me a lily pad?
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to revisit our commitments to international aid, not just USAID, but the dozens of global compacts that this current Secretary of State and President Trump have withdrawn from. They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains. And it actually is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is our global alliances that can be a hard stop against authoritarian consolidation of power, particularly in the installation of regional puppet governments.
File that under every accusation as a confession. It is just kind of amazing. And this is what I mean. This is the dead end of democratic socialism. And it's something a lot of people in our space talk about. Like, in the end, they support the empire. In the end, they have an imperial viewpoint. What are you talking about? We support some of the most autocratic regimes on earth. We support the UAE that's funding a genocide in Sudan right now. Like, what are you talking about? Putin saber rattling. Glenn Dyson, who has a pretty good channel, he's been tweeting about this a lot. At once, Russia is weak and can't field a proper military, and on the other hand, it's an existential threat to Europe. Have you seen Russia struggling to defeat Ukraine for 3 years now? How could that be a threat to the rest of Europe? How could a country that has struggled this hard to achieve its objectives in Ukraine be a threat to the rest of Europe? It makes absolutely no sense. Oh yeah, that's what Putin's going to do. He's going to invade Poland. Yeah, that's sure. So Aaron commented on this. The line that Trump is looking to withdraw the U.S. from the entire world and cede spheres of influence to authoritarians like Putin plays well to transatlantic elites, but it's incorrect. The Trump administration insists on remaining the lone hegemon everywhere. U.S. nukes, missile defense, Iron Dome, Iran threats, Board of Peace, $1 trillion Pentagon spending, etc., all remain intact. The one exception is letting Russia take some ethnic Russian areas of eastern Ukraine in a war sparked by the Maidan coup of 2014, where the U.S. backed the installation of a puppet government. And after tens of billions authorized by a bipartisan coalition, including AOC, Trump doesn't want to spend more money fueling a proxy war Ukraine can't win anyway. AOC's self-described foreign policy tutor, Matt Duss, is omitting this from his tutelage to the detriment of a reality-based progressive foreign policy vision. Like Obamacare, still better than the available alternatives, in my opinion, but nonetheless preserving and parroting a saber-rattling status quo. And I don't even know how much better it is, given that it's rhetorical, as he points out here. You know, she voted for this funding. Like, what's going to change if you have people like AOC ascend? They're just going to put a more, rainbow smiley face on the same policies. She's making that pretty clear with what she's saying here. Now, this is the one that really got around because she completely shit the bed in an Amber Heard kind of way on the Taiwan question.
The U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is of course a very longstanding policy of the United States.
What
and
policy?
I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point, and we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
Yeah. What's amazing about that answer is she's not a rookie. Glenn did a piece on this, and he showed back in 2018. It was a pretty infamous interview with, I think it was PBS, where she was asked about Israel and Palestine. She was like, I'm not an expert. I don't know. But she had been speaking about it on the campaign trail. So if you're going to speak about it, you should be prepared to answer questions. And now she's been in Congress for what, 6 years now? More than that? 6?
This was her 8th year, right? Yeah. So
is this 8 years?
7 years. It'll be 8 by the end of the term.
And especially if you're making a point, as she clearly is, perhaps as a prelude to running against Schumer, of showing that you've boned up on foreign policy and are able to articulate a coherent vision, you'd think you'd be ready for these kinds of very obvious China questions. And the most obvious China question you're going to get would be about Taiwan.
Sure.
That's amazing that she was clearly just blindsided by that. But it also demonstrates what we were saying in the other segment. AOC is so mealy-mouthed so often because she doesn't have the courage of her convictions. She's too afraid of saying something wrong. Like, what does AOC probably think? We should leave China to itself. That's what I would think she probably thinks, but she can't say that. So he's got, oh well, we yeah, it's a policy, and I mean, our policy is a total mess. We don't recognize Taiwan diplomatically, but we have a policy that we would defend Taiwan if it were invaded. Um, yeah, that was just terrible. And it is part of the reason, me and Keaton talked about this. It- it- any discussion of AOC as a credible presidential candidate is ridiculous. As we will see, they're trying very hard to pump that up, which just tells you how much she's been compromised, because the same people who tore her apart when she was doing sit-ins in Nancy Pelosi's office are very prepared to groom her as Nancy Pelosi 2.0 now. Now, she goes on to talk about how the rise in income inequality is creating authoritarianism, which is, probably more her comfort zone, speaking on economic issues like this.
Absolutely right. I think one of the connections and relationships that is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy across economy around the world, including in the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. The point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. And democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up these spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
Hey man, sure. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Are you ever going to go on the floor of the House and call out Nancy Pelosi's insider trading? Are you ever going to challenge this system? I mean, you're working with a bunch of the kinds of criminals that you're describing here. And any premise that we have a democracy is nonsense. AOC is a perfect example of that. I know a lot of people feel that she was groomed from early on, that she's a plant. I don't really see it that way. I see the Iron Dome vote as the moment they broke AOC. I don't think she was fake crying there on the floor. Nancy Pelosi said something to her that broke her brain, man. Yeah, was she ever like radical in the way some people would want? No, but she wasn't like this when she came in. And I don't think that was just an act. But this really shows you how there's nothing left to the conservative movement. There's just nothing left. Paul Zippola. AOC is at the Munich Security Conference babbling about financial talking points and income inequality, and yet not saying much at all. It's always the same with socialists. They want to take your money, give it to others, and make themselves rich. They all kind of sound like Alex Jones now, man. I mean, they're all just kind of doing it by the numbers. They're all doing it by the numbers. What are you even talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? What money do you think the American people have that they're afraid is going to be taken away by AOC? People are suffering out there. They're suffering out there, and you're arguing against basically taxing billionaires, right? Cernovich, every Democrat candidate for POTUS in 2028 will support a wealth tax, because she was asked about that, and she said she supported it. I responded to this with a meme. Last week, I read about a mother who couldn't pay for an ER visit for her child, so the hospital went to court and are garnishing 35% of her wages and destroying her life. She works at McDonald's. I also read a lot about billionaires who are very worried they might be taxed more.
Yeah.
Like, who is this for? Who is this for? Who is stupid enough at this point? Look, we got that shit when I was hosting for Jimmy and they increased the minimum wage in California. There was a moment there where you did have a lot of people who, did a lot of back of the napkin math and listened to a lot of grifting scumbags and were convinced that somehow this conservative economics was going to redound to their benefit. I think people are catching on now that it's not going to redound to their benefit. And wealth taxes on billionaires, that always polled well, even at the moment that this movement was much more ascendant and powerful than it is now. Who the hell are they talking to? David Sirota goes all the way in the other direction. Finally, a prospective 2028 Democratic presidential candidate is explicitly articulating and amplifying FDR's long forgotten warning. Finally. And Shakespeare said, brevity is the soul of wit. And this response definitely falls under that category. This guy is a fucking idiot. From Gabe Barista Paul. Well done, my friend. Well done. You should guest host when I'm in China.
Yeah.
Mehdi Hassan. It amuses me that MAGA think their attack line on AOC going forward can be she's just a bartender or she's dumb, when I can't think of a single MAGA congressman who could speak like this for 2 minutes on this topic at an international forum like Munich. Not one. And again, I mean, this is how you could see that AOC is now in the club, that you've got this glowing review from Mehdi Hassan. Dude, that was not a particularly impressive speech. It was fine. It was fine. I mean, there was nothing really there to disagree with, but I promise you, if any of what she's saying was about to be enacted into reality, Mehdi Hassan would be the first in line to muddy the waters about how, well, you can't do this and you can't do that, and this is too radical. They'll pump her up and then would never allow any policies to come through that follow through on that basic premise. And finally, our friend Nick Cruz here found this. MSNBC is pushing hard for AOC 2028 after she comes out as a full-fledged neocon at the Munich Security Conference. AOC receives praise from Nancy Pelosi. Oh, it's Mama Bear. As it's clear, Democrats are trying to set her up as the next leader as a reward for selling out.
Ocasio-Cortez, when she first arrived in Congress in 2019, there were obviously some public tensions between you and her and the squad over strategy and the way that the Democratic Party should conduct themselves and navigate the Trump administration. She's recently emerged as a more prominent voice for the party. She spoke at the security conference. I'm not sure if you were able to catch her, but she talked about democracy and authoritarianism. I'm wondering if you have been mentoring her or offering her any guidance as she's expanding her portfolio and taking a broader leadership role within the party.
No, I'm pleased with it. I'm glad she's here. It's, they canceled our House trip, the bipartisan trip. The speaker canceled it like an hour or two before we were supposed to leave, but some of us managed to get here anyway. All I said, and people say you have this tension. We didn't have any tension. All I said is, if you want to be a legislator and pass bills, it's important to have the votes to do it. It doesn't help to go online and criticize the people that you want to have because they're not as progressive as you are. She's been a star, eloquent, forceful, and the rest. And she gets along very well with Hakeem Jeffries. They have a New York connection. But I'm so glad she...
Wow. How different, right? A Green New Deal or whatever they call it. The Green New Thing, right? Oh, look at that. Look at that. She is in the club now, and she's worked very hard for that. She worked very hard for that, going all the way back to that View appearance. Nancy Pelosi is Mama Bear. Really, Nancy Pelosi is a thieving scumbag. She's a thieving scumbag. But you call her Mama Bear, right there. She was trying to work her way in, and even if you go with Nancy Pelosi's theory of politics here, basically she's saying you should never be a leader. You should never try to move the ball. You should always go for the absolute bare minimum that you could get a majority of mostly wealthy legislators to vote on, who are compromised by people wealthier than themselves. That's it. That's as far as you should go. And she's telling you right there, AOC is meeting that standard now to her satisfaction. That's why all of these progressive candidates, frankly, Mamdani's, AOC's, it's a dead end. It's a dead end. This system is not fixable. It is not reformable. You have got to completely rethink the system. And that's going to happen because this is not sustainable. It's going to collapse. And at that point, it's what they said, man, socialism or barbarism, right? That's what you're going to get. You're going to collapse into fascism, or you're going to collapse into some form of socialism or communism. The system that you have today is feudalism. It's techno-feudalism. And that is not a stable system over time. And you can already see from the increasing social instability in the United States, that's kind of a truism of sociology. Whenever you have this kind of gross income inequality, you get social instability. That's why they're hiring all these ICE agents. They know that. We have said that from the beginning. They're not there for immigration. They're not buying up all these warehouses and building prisons out of them for immigrants. That's for you. That's for you, because they know when the shit really hits the fan, they're going to lose even the chuds. People are going to get angry. They're going to take to the street, and they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you, and they're going to jail you. They're building a fascist state right before your eyes right now. We went back and forth a little bit with Taylor Lorenz about Section 230. She's really been on that. This is all a prelude to creating a fascist infrastructure, a police state infrastructure that can suppress the popular uprising that's going to come when this whole fake economy runs out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's coming. I think the country is very brainwashed. I think the country is just sleepwalking into oblivion, and I think that the best the best and most useful means of organizing is, like I said, facilitating some sort of peaceful transfer of power, because this is just clearly going one way, the wrong way. And obviously, you know, when you look at someone like AOC and just look at that answer on Taiwan, this is what I mean, where you're just seeing a lack of understanding of that problem. Obviously, the answer there is no, we are not concerning ourselves with this. We're not agitating for conflict with China over Taiwan, just like we shouldn't be agitating for conflict with Russia over Ukraine. Because if you have a big picture view of things, you realize that the only way to a peaceful world is coexistence with these other major powers who are much less threatening than we are. And that's just a fact. That's just a fact. And the fact that she doesn't grasp that is indicative of the limitations of her ideology and her place within the system. I mean, that is essentially what it is. I mean, it's nothing to get particularly angry about, because it is what it is. I mean, at this point, you just have to see that as a sort of built-in design feature or flaw, however you want to look at it. You can lament it if you'd like, I suppose. But on the other hand, when you look big picture, you just have to think, okay, how do you actually facilitate a more peaceful world? The United States is just not equipped to lead in that realm. It's just not.
Sure.
And that's it.
Sure.
I mean, that's it. I mean, what are you going to really do about it? I've kind of been on this page for a long time. Like what can you do about it? You really can't do anything about it. And so, do you want to get millions of people killed? Do you want the country to collapse into civil war over it? Is it worth that? I don't think it's worth that. I don't think it's worth that because at the end of the day, what comes out of that could possibly be a force for peace in the world? It's just impossible to really fathom how that could even happen.
I think it's going to be a generational struggle to educate people. I think, first of all, you have to articulate a vision. You have to articulate a political point of view. You have to have an economic theory. And you got to promote it, man. But it's not going to happen overnight. Like, you're really going to have to pick a lane. Like, if you really want to transform the system, you're going to have a vision, because you can't organize around a vague sense that things are wrong.
Well, that's what I mean.
And you're going to have to pursue it, but it's not going to happen quickly.
Well, that's what I mean.
You're talking about building a political awareness that people don't have right now.
She's not going to be.
She
is not a viable president. No. Like, that's just not. She's not a.
I mean, she has no interest in doing that.
No. She is not. She is a non-starter. There's no question about it. That's why I always thought, like, talk of that was just kind of absurd, right? Always, from people saying, "Oh, well, AOC's got to run." Look, you could say, like, are there older, whiter men who sound much more ridiculous than AOC does? Sure there are. So you want to say that's a little unfair? Maybe it is a little unfair. But either way, she's just a complete non-starter. Like, if you want J.D. Vance to actually be the president in 2029, then by all means, rally around AOC.
She won't get through a primary.
Yeah, no, but I mean, she's unelectable. She's unelectable both in terms of a primary and in terms of a general. Yeah, absolutely. And so, and this is part of why, because there is no vision there. There is no real vision there. All right, let's move on. We got one more segment, and then let's take some super chats beforehand. You guys want to take those super chats?
All right. Axel Strife, MAGA sees Trump Epstein as Batman Joker, but lack the media literacy to understand that they're right, but they're wrong about why they're right. They enabled each other's worst tendencies under the guise of being enemies. Yeah, you're getting into that Frank Miller shit there. I'm geek enough to get where you're going with that. Tusker, old Alex Jones would have never fallen for that bullshit. It's really sad. Thank you, Tusker. Yeah, man, I think he's just doing it by the numbers now. He's on autopilot, man. He's just trying to stay off the streets. Vilma Thomas. Thank God that we still have people like you, Whitney, and so many others working for us ordinary people, despite Bill Clinton's deregulating the Communications Act during his overly long tenure. Well, man, they're trying to get rid of this too with the Section 230. Nathan Patillo? Nathan Kenyon Patillo. There we go. The rumor was Michael Jackson's real voice was deeper and private among friends. What does Alex Jones's real voice sound like? Well, the children like to sleep in the bed with me. Yeah. Brad Gilbert, calling them Semites is bigly anti-Semitic. You're right. I've talked about that a lot, man. Skelvin Knight, our system is demonic. Epstein proves it. Fuck Israel. See, that's what AOC should have said.
Yeah.
Again, that would have been based. Giljoy, super sticker. Thank you. Shannon Clark, will we even have a land to leave in 10 years if we decide to leave and be expats, or will it look like Palestine? Obviously, I've got a lot to think about in regards to the expat, that I'm definitely thinking about it. Louise Brooks, I fear we have no hope of coming back to any form of democracy. I know too many who think their party has the answer. Sadly, I think the only hope for humanity is our collapse. I'm with you, Louise. We're on the same page. Matt Boyer, Trump is building up an army in Alberta, Canada right now, and they're talking about Russia. I hope that's a joke. You never know. Tusker, AOC, I would prefer that we switch from overt imperialism to covert imperialism. That's why we should fund USAID. AOC is CIA. I mean, for all effects and purposes, she is. There's just a lot of speculation that she was always a plant. I mean, she could have had connections into the CIA. I wouldn't doubt that. But is she a construction? I don't believe that. Axel Strife, 8 years, time flies when you live in dystopia, right? It sure does. Kuznetsky Bassane, how can Germans not push back on this AOC word salad? Whatever happened to Medicare for all, $17 minimum wage, cutting the Pentagon, force the vote, ending the wars? Well, I mean, force the vote. She showed who she is right there. Kuznetsky Bassane, so fed up with U.S. consent manufacturers. You don't want to do relational harm, right? Race car super sticker. Thank you, man. All right, we want to move on?
Yep. Jake, could we put the scroll up, please? All right, folks. So if you would like to help us support the show, you can do so by becoming a member. DoDissidents.com/Patreon//Substack or /locals. Membership starts at just $5 a month. Perks include your name up here in lights on the patron scroll. You also get call-in access to our Q&As, which happen every Sunday night over on Rumble. And tonight is Sunday, so we will be going over to Rumble right after this next segment to do our Q&A. Everybody is welcome to join as viewers and in the chat, and obviously patrons are welcome to call in. You also get ad-free versions of every live stream emailed to you the day after they air live. So if you want to watch it back free of ad interruption, you can get, like I said, the ad-free version of every live stream emailed to you the day after it airs live. Also, we cannot formally announce anything yet, but we can tease this out. We are revamping our film club, which is our monthly film club night, in a huge way, and it's going to be really, really awesome. It's going to be a collaboration, I can tell you that. And we are super excited about that. So that's going to be once a month for members. We are getting that finalized probably this week. I would imagine by the end of the week we'll have a formal announcement on that. So that's going to be really cool. So stay tuned for that. All that for $5 a month. When you join, links are on the screen. Eric Cusso says, I'm sitting in the corner on timeout in my hotel room. Alex Jones, thank you, Eric Cusso. Siddhartha Vicious, Dairy Queen HJs. That's bougie. Working class go to Dairy Twins. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Kemen G. Epstein is truly everywhere. Keaton, can you review his debut record, Sweet 16, released by Island Records on your other channel? Ha. Thank you. Tropical Rocket. We all need to come out against anti-sedentites. That's right. I Am the Owl sounds crazy, but shouldn't be providing healthcare, arresting PDF files, and not mass ritualistically slaughtering hundreds of thousands of Arabs and Slavs be the bare minimum of a functioning society? Yeah, I think that is not too much to ask, my friend. I fear I might be an anti-Fettermanite. Yes, Vienticus Prime. The only people who support Israel at this point are on their 6 millionth boosters, says Vienticus Prime. If you're from America, the idea that you don't need to have an opinion on absolutely everything is the most bizarre notion to just about everyone. Sunrise, GB Ire, what is that? Site rep British Museum cancels Palestine action prescription deemed unlawful. Israel pulls Ireland for UEFA match. Yeah. The thing about the Palestine action is they're going to try to appeal that. So for now, the police are not going to arrest protesters, but they're going to surveil them in case they can arrest them in the future if the ban is upheld. Yeah, that's what they're talking about doing now. So they're not quite out of the woods there, but it looks good. Where is it here? If you're from America, oh, nope, got that one. Ficus, remember when AOC supported a fascist coup in Bolivia? I actually don't remember that. Angry Russ sounds like Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, that's my, you know what that is? It's really inspired by the old ladies that used to scream at me when I was campaigning for Bernie.
Oh, yeah.
Hillary's the only one who can win. She's the only one who can win.
That's where that comes from.
Yeah.
They would scream that at me.
All right. What do we got here? Sunrise suggestion for film night, The F Word, New York matinee, 93. Oh, so I just announced we're revamping film night. And we'll have more to say probably by the end of the week. Alex Jones is sold out, says Crystal Waters. AOC is an idiot and a fraud. Kyle and Crystal will thoroughly endorse her for POTUS. I'm still optimistic, boys. The Dow is over 50,000. That's right. Okay. Let's move right on along here. All right, we got Whitney Webb making a comeback here. All right, here we go. Where is this? Okay. All right, folks. So Whitney Webb is finally getting her due on the Joe Rogan podcast here. Here he is saying that crazy chick is right about everything. Well, would you look at that or listen to that?
Posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. See if you can find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything. This is the tweet. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28 of 2020. How crazy is that?
Holy shit.
She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy theorists, the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead of all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 2020.
That's crazy.
That's fucking way ahead of everybody.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Bro. But these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men.
Yeah, and then he goes on. So, look, she's not really a conspiracy theorist. She's a researcher. I mean, so much of her books are sourced from, like, other publications. You know, they would call that in baseball, they would call that a compiler. She's a compiler. Not quite the same thing, but yeah, I mean, she's a researcher. I mean, like a lot of the stuff that is sourced here is stuff that people have been able to read publicly, and she kind of like puts a timeline.
She footnotes everything. She
footnotes it, she sources it, and she kind of aggregates it all into like a digestible timeline. So she had not really tweeted or made any public appearances or anything since these latest batches of Epstein Files. My conspiracy theories, quote unquote, from 2019 to 2020 on Epstein are now mainstream. This is practically analogous to the case I've been making for years with respect to Epstein and intelligence agencies, and which is the subject of my book, which you can read for free. See tweet below. I've been working on a lot of Epstein material while I've been away from the internet, dealing with losing my house to mold and taking care of my 3 lovely kids. Stay tuned for some big stories from myself and other writers at Unlimited Hangout over the next several weeks. Ideally, sign up for Unlimited Hangouts newsletter. Yeah, you can actually read her book for free now if you go to her latest tweets. The 2-volume set is up. If you can afford to buy it, though, you should buy it. You should definitely support. She says also, hi, it's nice to be back. Tried to tell you guys he was lying about it a few years ago. So this was the other tweet. She didn't go on a big tweet storm when she came back. But she did make a point to call out a few things that she has written and spoken about. So here she is talking about Elon Musk and his Epstein-related deceptions. The link here is off the PBD podcast, pardon me. So let's take a look at this.
From my own,
this was a couple years
experience with Epstein research, I have found Musk not to be very upfront about some of those connections there. So, for example, he'll be like, a lot of people like to bring up the picture of him and Ghislaine Maxwell from 2014. He'll say he was photobombed and all of this, but he won't bring up the fact, well, at least reporters seem to have forgotten, that Kimball Musk, his brother, who's on the board of Tesla and SpaceX, was introduced to a member of Epstein's entourage who had dated Epstein and lived at the apartments on 301 66th Street East, where all these traffic girls lived. A girl from there starts dating Kimball Musk, and somehow Epstein is allegedly granted access to SpaceX facilities and tours, and then is allegedly advising Tesla, according to the New York Times reporter James Stewart, who was told by someone else that Epstein was advising Tesla, and then goes before Epstein's 2019 arrest and most of his public infamy, goes and asks him about if the rumors were true, and Epstein says yes. And this is during a time when Musk is saying he's trying to secure capital to take Tesla private, I believe, and this was allegedly involving one of the Saudi wealth funds of the Saudi government. And at that time, Epstein was a very, very close advisor to Mohammed bin Salman.
Okay, so that little clip is really indicative of what it's like to interview Whitney, which we've had the pleasure to do on Jimmy Dore's show, and to read the book. I mean, it's just one piece of information after the other, very, very quickly. Can be hard to sort through in real time, but she said a lot in there, just in that little chunk there.
Yep.
That has turned out to be true. So here's Epstein engineered intimate relationship for Tesla's Kimball Musk emails show. So she talked about that in that PBD clip there. This is the email. Oh, this is going to be hard to.
I didn't know him. I strayed away from him.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Do you want me to see if I can do it?
No, I got it here. So it is this. So from Kimball Musk, per our conversation, great to hang out today. Jeffrey and Boris, many thanks for connecting me with Redacted. I believe you both played a role. Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to blank. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls or friends, so better be very nice to her. And Jeffrey and I better have a special treatment at your ceremony. Wink. So great to hang out with you. See you very soon. Please keep me posted, RE, your travel plans to NYC. I'm in NYC very often as well. Until sometime soon, B. That is Boris Nikolic, one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates there. And, of course, that's dated 2012. 2012. This post, tweets Kimball Musk, is related to the Epstein Files and why my name is in them. Oh, this post, you meaning your post. Yeah, well, I guess it runs in the family. Guess that kind of awkwardness runs in the family. In 2012, I started dating a woman who was 30 years old. I met her through a friend. Epstein did not introduce us. My only meeting with that demon was in his it seemed like you really thought it was a demon, was in his New York office during the day. I never met with him again. Yeah, and I never went to his island. The reason he has so many emails from me is because he was subscribed to a newsletter I sent out to thousands of people every few weeks. My heart goes out to the many victims of Jeffrey Epstein as it does for all who have suffered any kind of sexual abuse or harassment. Kimball. And this is a passage from her book, from volume 2 of her book. I only have volume 1. They're both very long. Today, LS Power is a major supplier to Elon Musk's Tesla, while Luminous Management was the largest shareholder in Valaris, which in 2020 sold $650 million in oil rigs to Musk's SpaceX. SpaceX plans to transform the rigs into rocket launching platforms. As reported by Business Insider, Jeffrey Epstein had introduced a member of his entourage to Elon's brother, Kimball Musk, who sits on the board of SpaceX and Tesla. The woman in question, who lived at an apartment at 301 East 66th Street and had previously dated Epstein, dated Musk from 2011 to 2012, and the relationship, quote, brought Epstein into contact with the Musk family and its businesses. It was alleged that in 2012, Elon had toured a SpaceX facility through Epstein, had toured a SpaceX facility, though a SpaceX attorney denied the claim 6 months after it was initially reported. In 2019, it was reported that Epstein had confirmed rumors to journalist James Stewart that he had been secretly advising Tesla. And like I said, all of those numbers there, those are the sources, which are footnoted in the online version. The link goes right to the source. The number is a hyperlink in and of itself. And in the hard copies of the books, the sources are printed right after each chapter. But like I said, she's not a conspiracy theorist. Like, she's citing existing reporting. Now, she's putting it together in a timeline. And yes, you could say she has a theory of the case in terms of how the events sequentially line up and how they relate to each other. But these are not just like theories. It's aggregated research is really what it is.
Right.
And once again, okay, that turns out to be vindicated by these email drops. This tweet by Elon Musk addressing allegations that Jeffrey Epstein toured SpaceX appears to be a lie. So TrueAnon tweeted that out. Elon tweeted this out in July 4th, 2020. To the best of our knowledge, he never toured SpaceX. Don't know where that comes from. Well, where it comes from is these new email leaks here from 2013. Thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. To which Elon responds, I see. Okay, so that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. Another piece that she reported on a while ago. And of course, here she is talking about Les Wexner, who we now know was redacted as an alleged potential co-conspirator of Epstein. Here's Les Wexner says he's been possessed by the book, Yiddish for demon, since childhood.
Me too, about him being so focused on basically taking control of the leadership of the Jewish American community by basically having it filled with people that he has trained and views that he agrees with or policies or whatever, is that Wexner in 1985 basically is like, yeah, I'm possessed by a demon that tells me what to do. And I have a split personality, and my the nice part of me is stunted, and I'm controlled by like this demon that tells me what to. He uses a Yiddish word that literally means demon. It's de book, I think is how it's pronounced.
De book, which is actually COVID backwards. Right?
I've heard that. I don't really, I haven't looked into that. But anyway, in the case of Wexner, yeah, that's the word he chooses. There's a lot of words he could have picked in Yiddish that sounded nicer, but he wanted to brag about basically being a demon-possessed crazy guy. And who is he catering to there? You know, that's in New York Magazine. And so that's a segment I put out from the book already.
Yeah, so that was a long time ago. Just got off the phone with an Epstein victim. This is even back before that. Talking about the recent horrific ruling. By the way, the horrific ruling in question here, this is the court ruled that the Epstein prosecutors did not violate the law in their plea deal. That's the ruling that she's talking about there. She asked why she has to be in hiding while Leslie Wexner and other accomplices walk free. Also said the FBI never offered her any sort of protection. Think of that for a second. April 16th, 2020. And of course, fast forward to now, Harvard donor Leslie Wexner named among Epstein co-conspirators, DOJ records show. So, people were getting a little concerned about Whitney since she had not been making any public statements. I figured she was okay since we interviewed her partner Mark Goodwin for the show, and he follows us on X, and he's been tweeting and stuff. He's been active in ways that he wouldn't if, God forbid, something awful happened. So I wasn't concerned in that respect. But now she is talking about coming out with more writings and more journalism at Unlimited Hangout, and we will be waiting all with bated breath to see what she has to say, because as I've said over and over again throughout this segment, and as I've always kind of said about her, I think conspiracy theorist is the wrong way to describe her. She is a researcher, and it seems to be that so many of the major revelations in these files have been revelations that she has, I won't say seen coming. It's not like she's a prophet. Those books are just chock full of information to the point where it is. And look, I mean, I have ADHD. I'm not a fast reader. I'm not a particularly skilled reader. Like, it is difficult to keep up with the amount of information that is in those books and keep it in your head. And you see in the interview, she just rattles off one fact after the other, after another, no notes, no nothing. An incredible brain. But yeah, so many of these major findings were things that, again, you can't say she predicted, right? She's not a psychic, but it's based on information that she gathered. Not all of it was corroborated at the time the way it is now. Like that Business Insider article, that was based on 2 anonymous sources. So did she go out on a limb a little bit by reporting on it, by expressing the sort of confidence in the validity of that reporting? I guess you could say she did, but I guess you have to say right now she paid off and that her instincts were pretty much right.
Yeah, to do what she does, you have to have the kind of mind that she clearly has, where she's able to absorb and retain all of these disparate pieces of information,
right,
and connect those dots. And if you remember, this was maybe a year ago, you had this little pile-on from a bunch of people in that lane of Whitney. Daryl Cooper was one of them. I don't want to misname people. I have people in mind, but I remember that specifically, but there were a couple of other people also. There were about 3 or 4 of them all coming at Whitney Webb and attacking Whitney Webb. And Brett Weinstein jumped into that.
Kern.
Kern, of
Not
course.
surprisingly.
But there were other people in her lane who who kind of do this kind of thing going after her. And, it was just very obvious that these were lesser lights trying to take down somebody who's much better at this than they are. And also, frankly, a lot of these people are they're ops, they're feds, they're paid, they're working for the establishment. They infiltrated that conversation and they got orders to try to discredit her with their audience. Didn't work though, because she's too good. Look, to me, the highest level of credibility you can gain is if your predictions turn out to be true. That is the highest level of credibility because it shows your thinking is sound. You can't be right all the time, but look at that. Like, look at what you just laid out. Who is more credible in that space than Whitney Webb? As far as Rogan goes, I'll believe it when I see it, because if Joe Rogan, who's had everyone on but the janitor at the mothership, didn't know who she was, he would have you believe he just heard about Whitney freaking Webb with the space that he's in. He just heard about Whitney Webb. If he brings her on, she's going to go right at all the people he gives a soapy hand job to every time they come on. She's going to go with Elon. She's going to go with Thiel. And from what we can see, from what I can see, it's my opinion, they got that guy by the balls, man. They own that guy's ass. I will be shocked, pleasantly shocked, if he brings Whitney Webb on. That whole act, I heard about that's bullshit. It's totally, there's no fucking way Joe Rogan has not known who Whitney Webb is for a very long time.
Well, it's a great format, obviously. Get a few hours. I mean, it's she will make use of the time, so we'll see if that happens. But whether that happens or not, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what new writings come out. She does have new writings that she says are going to be on the site.
Looking
soon.
forward to it. Yep.
All right. Let's take some Rumble rants and some super chats. I want to kick booty. Bloodless revolution equals blockchain voting with representatives electing with a sworn oath to uphold their constituents' will, all levels. We have the tech, just need the app on our phones. That's optimistic. Sunrise. Russ, any word from Down Under regarding the Australian protests against Herzog?
I haven't been following it, honestly. Like, a couple people tagged me in tweets about it, but I haven't had a chance to really look into it.
Vienticus, each unasked question is just another step toward fanaticism. Thank you. I get the attacks on AOC in 2024, but we have a blackmailed Hitler building concentration camps. AOC is one vote out of 435, and Twitter brain creates "we hate you because you didn't own the corporate libs." Yeah, look, I didn't come at that segment from that angle. I don't think Russell did either. I just think to me, that's what I said there is what I said. I don't know if you sent that at the beginning or halfway through or whatever, but yeah, I mean, I stand by what I said, which is that really, if the only real serious political resistance now is facilitating a transfer of power. I think it takes humility to understand that the solution is not going to come from within this country. And even on the other side of a civil war, and the reason I say civil war is because there are 50 states and it's a landmass 3,000 miles wide, and political divisions are such that they are really divided according to location, which means if you really want to see what a revolution would look like, just watch that movie, Civil War. That's why I love that movie so much.
Right.
That's what it would look like. It would just become a sectarian civil war, and the infrastructure would completely collapse. To me, that is simply not viable. To me, the viable path forward is what we honestly, and this is what some people, and this is one of the things I mentioned there, is what a lot of people had some kind of hope Donald Trump may represent, which was a transfer of power, because he wasn't hostile to Vladimir Putin. He wasn't hostile to Kim Jong-un, right, in the way that the Jake Sullivans were. But that's not what we got. That's not what we got. And that's not coming from AOC either, right? That's kind of the hopelessness of it. Sorry to be a downer again. But no, I mean, I take that point, Shush. I think that's like a fine point. Vienticus Prime. Here's how much hope you can have for people. Whenever people deliver packages to me, they always lean it against a door that opens outward and makes it difficult, sometimes impossible for me to open. All right. Russell, you got some super chats over there, and then we'll do Rubio.
I do, and thank you. I know you want to go to bed, but I put a lot into that one. Mail me, Jose. Do they have us where they want us this election cycle, with the electorate having no choice but to vote for AOC to remove the orange-raging maniac? Where are we to go? I mean,
she's not going to be the nominee.
It's not going to happen. She's not going to be the nominee. It's not an AOC question. It's a gotta vote for Democrat harm reduction question. I mean, that's up to the person. We never lay hate on people who make that choice. That's up to the person. Virtuoso, to counter Tusker, even old Alex Jones was still a grifter. He was ripping off William Cooper. I know that is. You know William Cooper?
I don't know William Cooper. You know, people have mentioned William Cooper before.
Yeah. Tenured village idiot. Americans are learning that the chains of Zionism were too light to be felt until they became too heavy to be removed. That is an excellent formulation, my friend. Very well done. Louise Brooks. Oh, I saw Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die tonight. Yeah. Needed a break from the E-Files. Not perfect, but original and strong. Do Wizards 70s animated. Oh, Do Wizards 70s animated for Film Club. We are in the process of revamping Film Club. Exciting news coming soon.
Yes. Collaboration with a dissident film distributor, we'll say that. That's going to totally revamp that, and it's going to be really cool.
Kate, have you ever seen Empire Unmasked Redux? I have not. Have you?
No.
Tusker, making it rain tonight. Joe Rogan is a serial bullshit artist. He is a coward and a fake revolutionary. He could have had Webb on his show a long time ago, but instead he had Silicon Valley billionaires and CIA agents to lie to us. Exactly. Like that whole, Joe Rogan never heard of Whitney Webb.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Sleepy Rod. Whitney avoided her debate with Greenwald. You know what it is? Rogan saw a lot of that pushback on the fact that he's never had Webb on, so now he's trying to play it off. Brad Gilbert.
I know Greenwald had some issue with her reporting on his stuff, on some of the Snowden stuff. I honestly don't know
there was some kind of beef with those two.
To comment on that. I don't know.
Brad Gilbert, Whitney Webb out-trolled Michael Tracy by waiting for Friday the 13th. And Cadmium Blue, something like 38 states have foreign loyalty oaths to one country. Check the E-Files for anti-BDS. Roger Meadows should propose exactly one state ballot initiative in these 38 places. You know what I was just reading today, and it was really off script. Apparently, England is introducing a rule that you can't get a visa there if you have dual citizenship without paying like £540 or something for the second citizenship. Like you got to go through a whole other thing. And it's hard to imagine that's not aimed at Israel, but that's very out of character. Like, what other country does that really come up frequently?
Right.
Other than Israel. Okay, so this Rubio. I wanted to do this because it really ties into the trip I'm on and a lot of things I've seen here. And his speech was really incredible, really remarkable in a lot of what it said, didn't say, a lot of its revisionist history. Pretty crazy speech. All right, so here's the first part of it where he's talking about our common Christian heritage with Europe.
One civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together.
We are the men of the West. He's going on. He knows how to talk to these European racists. So then he goes on to say, rather remarkably, that the United Nations was what impeded peace in Gaza.
Potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today.
They still kill people on a daily basis, but it's less.
Yeah, that's called a fragile truce.
It's a fragile truth, and they haven't bombed a hospital in at least, we have one of those flip charts on the wall of the White House. I think it's 43 days now.
Yeah. Just to bring the two
43 days without a bombed hospital. Flip. 44 days.
Sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers. And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice.
Yeah, at the same exact time that they pardoned an actual narco-terrorist, an actual drug dealer, and with absolutely no proof of that in regards to Maduro, anyone with any knowledge of the situation considers the claim completely ridiculous. But the most ridiculous claim here is that the United States has been a force for peace in Gaza. This is from Dropsite. In a keynote at the Munich Security Conference on February 14th, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio blamed the United Nations for failing to solve the war in Gaza. He did not mention that the U.S. was the sole dissenting veto on 6 different UN Security Council resolutions calling for a ceasefire since October 7th, and they include a timeline here of those votes. This is really the money shot, though. There's about 3 minutes in which Rubio lays out a kind of restoration of a vision of the world that is basically a white supremacist, Western supremacist vision in which the anti-colonial movements are characterized as communist. I mean, this one was, but not all of them.
Before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of
The
hopelessness.
guys are
and
nudging
complacency.
themselves. Isn't this guy from Costa
An
Rica or
alliance
something?
the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense that our way of life is just one among many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond.
All right. That speech was really remarkable. We're going to look at one other piece of it, but this by Kismet happened to be something I'm working on the very day that I visited the Hua Lo prison. You might know it better as the Hanoi Hilton. So this great, glorious history that he's talking about, and certainly when he's describing anti-colonial movements falling to communism, he has to be thinking, at least in part, about the country I'm in right now, Vietnam. Now, because of our self-absorption, our epic self-absorption, we only think about our involvement in Vietnam, but their real experience of being colonized was by France. France was here for almost 100 years. They kicked out France in 1954. That's why we came in, because we didn't want the country to fall to the North Vietnamese communists. So this is what that looked like. This is what that looked like. He would have you believe, from what he's saying, that these anti-colonial movements were godless and evil. This is what the French colonization of Vietnam looked like. They would cut your head off if you rebelled, if you tried to organize against them. They would force you to work on the rice farms. Look at these starving peasants on the right. Oh, I wonder why they organized. The idea that the victims are the perpetrators when they step out to try to claim their country's destiny for themselves. So that's the actual prison, Maison Centrale. the French that's the name they would give their main prison in their cities. There's the guillotine, man. They would take you, they had pictures of this, man. They would take you right outside those gates. They would take out any prisoners who were trying to organize. You had communist cells within the prison from pretty early on, trying to do political education within the prison. They would take you right out there, man, chop your head off. That's the guillotine. They would kill you with that guillotine, man. It's the heads right there. This is what the cells look like. See, they shackle you there. This is the glory of the West. He hear that whole open? Yes, we were exploring. This is what that exploring looked like to the rest of the world. This was their experience of the West. And I ask you again, are we the good guys in history? And particularly, we have a tendency to almost defer to the Europeans as being enlightened. This is the Europeans. This is why they liked that speech, as you will see. In the end, this is who they are. We got it from them. Rubio's right about that. We are a child of Europe. This is what Daddy taught us. This is what Daddy's legacy is. These are instruments of torture that were specifically used on female prisoners. I'm sure I don't have to explain. But hey, let's jump forward, because even things that are critical of the Vietnam War and our role in it, you really don't see things like this in the way we represent the Vietnam War. So for them, again, they mostly talk about the French, but what they really seem to remember is the bombing campaign in late 1972. Late 1972, Nixon and Kissinger decided to do one last massive bombing campaign in the North to try to subdue the Viet Cong. So what did that mean? They were bombing the hell out of civilians. They were bombing cities. They were bombing Hanoi, where I am right now. This point of view, again, even in documentaries that are critical of Vietnam, it's so self-absorbed of the psychological problems of American soldiers, they don't really deal very much with what the Vietnamese actually said in their own words. This is going to sound very familiar to you. This is another thing, another point here. My family should have received coffins to bury our loved ones, but because so many people had died, my father and I were only given long strips of raincoat, about 2 arm spans each, to wrap the bodies of my grandfather, uncle, mother, sister, and 3 younger brothers. Fearing the bundles might be mixed up, I took a pen and paper and wrote down each name. As I wrote, my tears blurred the ink and soaked the page. I only remember the continuous, seemingly never-ending surgeries that we had to do. There were too many patients, to the point we didn't have enough surgical gloves or blouse and had to boil, dry them, put them on, and reuse them just to continue performing surgeries. Does this sound a little familiar to you? Does this sound like a story that we've been covering for a few years now? This is the woman telling that story, crying. This is the woman who actually experienced that. And listen to this should ring some bells for you. At 3:45 a.m. on December 22nd, Bach Mai Hospital, the largest medical center in North Vietnam, was heavily damaged by B-52 bombings. 286 doctors, nurses, and patients were killed. We, female staff member in the hospital, worked as hard as we could to find and save victims. Ms. Nguyen Thi Cook, a staff member of the dermatology department, dug through piles of bricks until her fingers bled, saving 12 victims. Ms. Tran Thi Diem, the pharmacist leading a group of youngsters and staff, charged into areas that were still burning to save people and medicine. Where we hear stories like this, doesn't this kind of sound like what Israel is doing in Gaza? So we tend to think that our alliance with Israel is somehow a aberration. We are Israel. We are Israel. What Israel is doing to Gaza, we've done that shit to people all over the world, all through this region, man. You know what they sell in Laos? They sell jewelry that's made from the recovered shells that still kill thousands of people every year. We support Israel because we are Israel. We're just like Israel. The things that they are doing to the Palestinians don't bother us because we do the same things. We have done those things to people all over the world and on a much larger scale. Look, I'll cheer you up a little bit. They got a little impromptu memorial in the middle of a lake in the middle of Hanoi. It's a B-52 that got shot down in 1972. They just left it in the lake as a reminder of what they call the hard times. This is what Rubio is trying to erase. This is the history that Rubio is trying to rehabilitate. He's trying to take a bunch of broken people who have been economically decimated across several decades and give them a false sense of pride by restoring a false version of history that we had begun to move past and reckon with. And he's trying to reverse that in order to give people who have nothing some fake sense of their own history so they can feel good about themselves, not like those leftists telling us what we actually did to people around the world and how they actually feel about us as a result. So then he goes on. That wasn't enough. He decided, since he's going to rehabilitate the whole colonial era, why not just go for it? Columbus and the empty plains that we turned into fertile farmland, according to Marco.
Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global
nobody there
agricultural
until
powerhouse.
they got there.
And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer.
Okay, and you see what I mean?
That's a complete lie. I mean, that is utter bullshit.
And we are Israel. What do they say? A land without a people for a people without a land, right? Like there were no Arabs there. Like there was no indigenous population. This is a classic American revisionist history. They're basically trying to revise the revisionism with this speech.
Dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley.
Yeah. Glorious. It's glorious. Now this hardly needs to be said, but yeah. European colonizers killed so many Native Americans that it changed the global climate, researchers say. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, they caused so much death and disease that it changed the global climate. European settlers killed 56 million indigenous people over about 100 years in South, Central, and North America, causing large swaths of farmland to be abandoned and reforested, researchers at University College London estimate. The increase in trees and vegetation across an area the size of France resulted in a massive decrease in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, according to the study. Carbon levels changed enough to cool the Earth by 1610, researchers found. Columbus arrived in 1492. We killed enough people to alter the fucking climate. And he's up, yes, we were explorers, and we turned empty plains into farmlands. Estimates suggest a roughly 96% population drop in the Native American population, 1492 to 1900 in the U.S., driven by a combination of disease, genocide, and colonial violence, while widespread diseases like smallpox caused catastrophic localized mortality rates of up to 75 to 95% among such some tribes, colonizers are responsible for creating conditions that hindered recovery and directly caused depopulation. Now, if you're somebody who feels like, well, I wasn't there, I didn't do that. Hey, man, especially in New York, most of us weren't, our ancestors weren't even on the continent, but you're there now, and you are heir to the legacy of those actions. You are benefiting from the material consequences of those actions. So yes, you choose to be a part of that society and continue to be a part of that society. Yeah, you bear some responsibility for that legacy. And going back to pretending it never happened is really not an answer. But going back to what we were saying about the Europeans, for pretending to moral superiority, how did the Europeans react to this batshit insane European supremacist speech? How did they react to it? Ate it up. Ate it up. Loved it. Standing ovation. Standing ovation for this speech that rehabilitates everything from France's colonization of Vietnam, like he kind of obliquely references it with the anti-colonial movements and communism, to rehabilitating Christopher Columbus. Because what was Christopher Columbus? He was a fucking European. Who colonized all these places? Europeans. So he's going up there and saying, it's enough. You don't have to feel bad about that anymore. We didn't do anything. He's absolutely right. We are a product of that civilization. It shouldn't surprise anybody that they liked that speech. They liked, we don't have to feel guilty anymore about what we did to these people all around the world, in Africa and Asia. That's great. We like that idea. And really, you're going to bring us along with you? Really? Really? You're not going to leave us behind? We thought you were going to leave us behind. You're going to leave us in the car. Go to Disneyland on your own. We're going to get to go to, we're going to get to go to recolonization world with you. Where do we sign? Where do we sign for that? Chris Van Hollen. Rubio's standing ovation in Munich after he declared the end of the rules-based order shows how weak many European leaders have become. Instead of defending universal human rights, they folded to his siren song of blood and soil. Well, man, they invented the game, Chris. They invented the game, man. That speaks to something very old in their nature. Phillips P. O'Brien. Rubio's speech at Munich was a massive free dose of fentanyl to an addict desperate not to get clean. And it worked. Europe is full of suckers. Now, to that point, you might remember Mark Carney gave this speech, made a lot of waves, not long ago, just a couple months ago. But if you read between the lines of what he said, it's very revealing, and it kind of predicts that standing ovation that Rubio gets there.
The story of the international rules-based order was partially false. That the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient. That trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination.
Okay, so people with good ears to hear and good eyes to see recognized in that speech what Carney was really saying. Yeah, this was all bullshit for people who were not us, that there was a rules-based global order. But now you're treating us like them. If you treat us like them, it's not a good deal anymore. We were willing to go along with it as long as we were inside the tent. But if you're going to treat us like we're outside the tent, we're not about that, sir. We're going to have to go our own way, right? But what did Rubio tell them? No, you can be a part of this. We're going to reconquer these people. We're going to redominate them, and we want you to be a part of it. And they applauded, man. They invented the game. They invented the game. Of course they like that idea of reconquering the resources of the global South, backed with U.S. military might to force them into going along with their economic agenda. But hey, Eric Doherty, the White House just said Marco Rubio's blockbuster speech in Munich is getting massive praise worldwide, posting all 22 minutes of it. Rubio dropped some absolutely incredible quotes in front of Europe. Keep defending the West, Marco. Whatever the hell that means. What is the West? I would love to ask these people what they think the West is. I mean, Konstantin Kassin would have an answer, but I promise you Eric Doherty would not. Marco Rubio's Munich speech was word perfect. Douchebag Dialogues co-founder Konstantin Kassin. The Americans couldn't be clearer. They love Europe and Britain. They see themselves as the keeper of the flame of Western civilization, and they want us to pull our weight. I just hope our leaders listen. Yeah, no, we really, Europe's tired of being pushed around. Just to end on a funny note, Matteo, average proud representative of Rubio's civilization speech in Munich with a picture of Jeffrey Epstein. That's what I'm saying. This is a pretty funny moment to go make a rousing speech in defense of the glories of Western civilization at a moment that its entire elite class is being exposed as satanic, cannibalistic PDF files. But okay. One thing this administration has never been accused of is a sense of shame. That was very, very revealing, not only of us. That's almost like there's no man bites dog in Rubio going up and giving a fascist, Western supremacist, white supremacist speech. The European reaction, giving that a standing ovation, as long as we can be a part of that project, we'll go along with it. That is very mask off. This idea that the Europeans have a legacy of internecine warfare amongst themselves, and after World War II they came to their senses. No, they didn't. They never changed. They never stopped exploiting, particularly Africa. We've seen this in the Congo, where France has been revealed to be involved in a lot of the conflict there. They never stopped entangling themselves in the world. They did it hiding behind United States military power, but they never stopped doing it. And that's why they're excited, because Rubio's telling them, you can still do that. You can still act as kind of de facto low-key colonists, and we've got your back.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of man bites dog in the sense that his name is Marco Rubio.
Well, there's that.
He's
yeah.
Cuban.
But I think he's from the Cuban caste that considers themselves Spaniards and not indigenous.
Well, didn't his family flee Batista? Not Castro?
Yeah.
They fled before. They fled before the communists took over. So, yeah,
well, because they fucked him on a drug deal.
Yeah, whatever's going on psychologically there. So there is a little man bites dog there. And, look, I get you're having a good time over there, and that's all well and good. But, if you want to learn how bad white people suck, all you got to do is read this book here, History of the United States. You can get an education a lot cheaper than whatever the hell you're doing over there. But see, this I have read cover to cover. I have read this cover to cover as evidence of the fact that it's total hell. I mean, because I have ADD, it takes me so long to read books like this. By the time I get done with them, look, there's coffee all over. The fucking back cover's ripped off. It's just folded in half. But yeah, no, I mean, look, obviously, what did we get called that one time? Anti-white post-war fanatic.
Yeah.
Anti-white post-war consensus fanatics.
Post-war consensus
That's what we got
fanatics.
called. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, look, obviously it's just mask off, and it's horrible, and it's evil, and it's one way the wrong way, and it's irredeemable. And not to be a broken record, but there was, when you looked at the viciousness of the last administration as it pertained to all of this, I mean, Biden facilitated a genocide. Biden, provoked, Russia into the Ukraine war. Biden was certainly saber rattling with China over Taiwan. I mean, we had World War III cooking on 3 burners there, just as we do now.
Right.
The hope was that the sort of nationalist instincts of MAGA would pull attention inward instead of outward in this ultra-violent, expansionist, imperialist mission. That is not how it has worked out. And oddly enough, the first horrible sign, well, I shouldn't say the first horrible sign. Miriam Adelson's 200 million was the first horrible sign. But a big sign that it was going to go this way early on was the appointment of Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, because this very much represents that vision. That vision. And obviously it is music to the Europeans' ears to hear that kind of validation, right? But yeah, no, look, I mean, it's horrible stuff. It really is. I mean, there's no other real way to say it. The whole, I mean, this is from the new atheists to the douchebag dialogues people. It all exists on one continuum. It's all just ways to intellectualize brutality, and that's
to
basically
justify it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and there's an inherent assumption that everyone else is inferior.
Well, yes, and that they may as well be non-existent.
They kind of have it coming. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that they may as well be non-existent. When Rubio says these were empty planes, what he means is they may as well have been empty planes because there weren't real people here, right? I mean, that's what he means.
What were they doing with it?
That's what the Israelis mean when they talk about there was never. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. There was never right, because they didn't build strip malls and gas stations. They may as well not have existed. It's the way the Israelis view what they consider their land now, because as you said, they viewed it as a land without a people, right? What do they mean without a people? It doesn't mean there were no living things there. It's just they didn't consider those living things to be human beings. And that is, of course, the underlying ethos of the West. That it always has been. All right. Well, on that cheery note, why don't we read our remaining super chats here? I'll copy over some stuff. You got some super chats there?
Yep. David Santucci, late to the party tonight. Looks like you got some color out there in Asia, Russ.
Yeah.
You picked a good time to get out of the Northeast. Yeah, that's what I've been reading.
Yeah, although it is a little warmer here now.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a nasty cold snap you had right after I left, right?
Yeah.
Snow, all that. Aiden ALW, idiot Sirota penned Don't Look Up. DiCaprio's line, what are we going to do, overthrow? When film showed government literally causing extinction. Leave it to a social democrat to picture end of the world before end of government. That's a good point. Nance the Rock.
Oh, thank you, Nance.
99. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kate, check out Empire Unmasked Redux or Numek, both epic films. Okay. Tusker, Marco Rubio spends our taxes on Botox. The entire upper half of his face doesn't move when giving impassioned speeches. He's a little young. Do you think he needs the Botox? Especially like that Latin skin usually ages pretty well. P. Walker, I wonder if Rubio has the last remaining supply of Ronco heroin again. Brad Gilbert, Bill Cooper is the linguist we deserved, not the Chomsky we got. Esoteric etymology and symbolism was his focus. FYI, he referred to Ike as a cultist. Who did, Chomsky or the other guy? President Jesus, Keaton, can you cite a historical example of when a peaceful transition to a new system has ever happened? India?
Well, I mean, I would say, well, certainly not in the example. What was the question? Put it up on the screen again.
I already unstarted. An example where there was a successful peaceful transition to
Right, okay,
peaceful revolution. Basically.
Well, yeah, but I'm not talking about a revolution. What I'm talking about is international diplomacy. I think a good organizing goal for the left right now would be, organizing for. This is what Jose talks about, and Jose doesn't really consider himself a big lefty, but just international cooperation with BRICS, with nations like Russia and like China, and I think that is a good organizing goal. I mean, if you look at countries like South Africa with reconciliation and stuff like that, but I'm not even really talking about that. I'm just talking about having the humility to understand that the solutions are not going to come from within this system, right? If they're not going to come from within this system, then you have to start looking at alternatives to American leadership. That's what I mean. Now, if you're talking about, overthrowing the system here from within, you're talking about centuries. You're talking about that being centuries off. Look at what happened in Minnesota. Look at what happened in Minnesota, where you had, ICE agents running around. You had protests in the streets. You had people getting guns and just standing at the edge of their lawn, protecting their property. That is what you're going to have multiplied out by hundreds and hundreds of millions. If we devolve into the kind of civil war, it's exactly what that movie is. It's exactly, I mean, if you haven't watched that movie, you have to watch that movie. They've laid it out where there's just, okay, pockets of the country are considered this, and then pockets down here are considered that, and you can't travel freely between them, and you can't fuel your car. There's no standard currency that works. That's why they go to fill the gas tank up. I'll give you 300. Fuck you. 300 Canadian. Okay. Go ahead. Do it, right? That's what you're talking about. That's what you're talking about. And you're talking about hundreds of years of recovery from that. Like, to me, that's not viable. You're not going to get people to enroll in that, partly because go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really agree. I mean, there have been a lot of countries that have been through a lot worse that recovered a lot better. The issue with America is, and a lot of people point this out in terms of, why it's difficult to get the kinds of broad social programs you have in other countries. Because it's a pluralistic society, it's hard to get people to think of themselves as a people.
Of course.
Because they're not, Picts, they're not Gauls.
Yes, and it's also huge.
So it's hard to get them to come together as a people to overthrow the system.
Of course.
They have all their little,
You have 50 different governments, right? I mean, you have 50 different states. I mean, you have 50 different political organizations, right? You're not talking about one country the size of New Jersey. You're talking about a vast landmass with 50 different organized populations, organized around very different values in many cases, and very different priorities and very different ideas. What that looks like when it becomes combustible is not revolution. That looks like civil war and devolution into widespread immiseration that lasts a very, very long time. Drive through the South. The South has not been rebuilt since the Civil War. Really hasn't. Really hasn't. You drive off the highway, you got pockets of the South that look like it's 100 years ago. 100 years ago. Yeah.
St. Louis looks like that.
Yeah. Well, certain parts of it do. But I'm talking about like you drive off the highway, like you drive through.
No,
I did it a
I
few
know.
times because I was
know.
on some video
Yeah.
assignments, man. You drive off the highway through
yeah.
Mississippi, Alabama. That is some.
I never saw corrugated tin shacks until I went to the South.
Yeah,
I
that
never saw
is-
that in my life.
Yeah,
Blew
that is
my
some real
mind.
shit. That is some real shit, and yeah. So, and that's using muskets, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty bleak. It's pretty bleak.
I subscribe to the JFK observation. Revolution is impossible beforehand. In hindsight, it looks inevitable. I think cultures shift, and very often it's a slow build in hindsight, but it's very sudden when it happens. Like, I think shit goes, yeah, like, look, there's no like nice way that would happen. Like I mentioned, India, but it wasn't nice. They did have violent uprisings, not at the level that they would have if Gandhi had not been at the forefront of it with his nonviolent resistance theory. But it happened. They had like violent uprisings and riots and, you know, people getting killed. So you're always going to have that. I do agree with you that our country has unique circumstances because it's not because of the racial component that make it more combustible
Yeah, and it's
and
not
much
just
more
racial.
difficult to
It
bring
goes-
people together.
It goes far beyond racial, I think, too. It's not.
It
just
does.
racial.
It
goes
does.
far
Yeah.
beyond racial, religious.
Yeah,
all
well,
kinds of-
and it goes back to not having a common history
yeah,
like
very
that.
different ways of life, just
Like
spread
here,
throughout the country. Yeah,
this is interesting. The country is religious, but not the way that you think. Only 24% of people in Vietnam subscribe to a world religion,
Right.
even Buddhism, but they still continue to practice their native religion. Like
Right.
this is when I got here, I couldn't figure it out, man. People were like burning fake money in pots on the street.
Mhm.
And they didn't speak English. Like I was asked, what are you doing? And they would go like this. So I mean, I figured it had something to do with Tet, the fact that Tet is coming. So this is what that is. They get like fake money because they believe you burn it, it goes to the ancestors in the heaven or wherever, right? They got two kinds of money. They got the fake Vietnam money, and that goes to the ancestors. And they have fake dollars, and that goes to the king of hell.
Right.
No, really, like that's not for them. That's for the king of hell.
Yeah.
Tusker. Carney is the Canadian version of a strongly worded letter. Yeah, well, I mean, he laid it out very clearly. Like, you know, we don't like it because now it's not benefiting us, not because it was wrong. Lake Vacum. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Or lady, could be. DJ Greenfire, you know, odds are no based on our analytics, but you never know. DJ Greenfire. Same revisionism as the South after the Civil War. Outfits like the DAR didn't want the boys to feel guilty about their failed pro-slavery rebellion. It was a war of northern aggression after all. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what America did until relatively recently, and they're trying to bring that back.
Right.
Benjamin Steber, Mississippi, Alabama, Catskills are scary.
Catskills are scary, but not quite in the same way.
Not-
I'll
not
give you, they
that
are
way.
scary. All right, EO Shush. If you went line by line, Thomas Massey versus AOC, you'd agree with AOC 80% of the time and Massey twice. But Massey is a hero for the 2 times, and AOC is a CIA CUNT for the 20%. EO Shush. Rogan said he has no problem having Whitney Webb on the show. I'm sure he'll get right to it, right after he brings Michael Tracy and all 157 billionaires from the Epstein Files into the studio twice. Vienticus Prime, fun fact, there's so much crap out there orbiting the Earth now that we're on the cusp of Kessler syndrome. Stoop Sign says, I was watching this stream alongside Kat Abu Ghazala's candidate for Illinois 9th. Please reach out to her. She seems willing to go anywhere, online or in person. Thank you, Stoop Sign. So Rubio is calling for collectivism. Isn't that a commie thing? Ha. According to Martin Luther King Jr., the U.S. invaded Vietnam because the Vietnamese kicked out their Hitler-loving dictator. We're not flies. We are not flies. Alex Jones took a deal to make the Sandy Hook fallout go away and get them off his back. That was the first test for taking out big independent voices. He changed his tune a few months after the verdict.
Yep.
Monkey Rotary. Keaton, please do a remake of the fish fucking for your other podcast. Love you guys. Thank you, Monkey Rotary. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you all. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers. Thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to head over to Rumble for the Q&A. DoDissidents.com/Rumble is where you go in 5 minutes if you want to hang out with us in the chat. You're welcome to. Members, feel free to call. Everybody else, we will see you Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks everybody for being here. Thanks to Jake in the booth. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.